call the August 3rd, 20. One more time. I'll call the August 3rd, 2022 meeting of the Reading ARPA Advisory Committee to order. We have a very packed agenda tonight that includes some I tried to be generous in my time to the groups presenting so that they would have time to speak and we would have time for questions. So there's some new faces and some old faces. We have the Reading Teachers Association, the Reading Para-Educators, I don't know if it's Para-Educators Association, the Reading School Administrators, Administrative Assistants and Secretaries, followed by a follow-up discussion with, I think, somebody on Zoom by the Reading Chamber of Commerce with an update to their request. A follow-up on the recreation request for Reading Youth Lacrosse. A follow-up request from the Reading Food Pantry. And then the rest of the meeting will be RAC following up on our discussion of the allocation priorities and trying to have further discussions on a few key areas that we had some differences of opinion on. And I think with the updated information we're going to get tonight from the different collective bargaining units, that's going to help us in our discussion. So we're looking forward to hearing that. And then there will be the usual future agenda items, the minutes from the July 13th, 22 meeting and adjournment. And I think our next meeting after this, just so if someone's watching later, will probably be August 31st, which is the first day of school, but it's the last day of August. So before we get into any of the groups that are here tonight, is there any public comments? Jackie, is there any public comment on Zoom?
Mary Ann, as a point of order, you might want to just make sure you do a roll call attendance because you have 2 members remote, so just to make sure everybody knows.
Are there any other boards besides the select board that, are there any other boards that need to be called to order based on what we see on Zoom?
No. But just, for
Yeah.
our board, you just need to officially
Thank you.
call Sean and Jeff normally.
So, just as part of calling to order, thank you for reminding me, since we have 2 remote members. I'll just call that everyone's here, starting with people who are present. Joe?
Here.
Mark?
Here.
Tom?
Here.
Chris?
Here.
Jeff?
Here.
Sean?
Here.
And Mary Ann is here. So we have a quorum. Okay. Is our first group, the Reading Teachers Association, ready to come up? Okay, thank you.
You just want us here, is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
and just to be close enough to the mic to
All
speak.
right. Folks at home, can you hear me okay?
You can.
Okay, great. Thank you all for the time to present to you tonight. My name is Jess Bailey. I'm the president of the Reading Teachers Association. With me tonight are Michelle Hopkinson, Ro Munson, Tim McIntyre, Joya Butler, and we also have some other RTA members at home watching in solidarity. So why are we here? We're here to clarify and contextualize the experiences of Reading educators during the pandemic and to answer any questions that you may have. Before we get into that, however, we want to make it clear that in sharing our experiences, we are not trying to diminish the risks and experiences of any other town employees or unions. We think it's really important to make sure that this doesn't become an us versus them conversation or one that alienates any other groups. We also stand in solidarity with the Reading Para-Educators and Secretaries unions that you'll be hearing from in a little bit. I also want to give a quick thank you to the RPS administration, especially Superintendent Milashevsky, who were super helpful in trying to track down some of the specific data to answer questions that you gave us. Unfortunately, there was some data that the previous administration didn't keep track of. However, we think that within every group of employees, you'll find that some people took on more risk than others. So to the extent that you as a committee are going to be distinguishing the level of risk that employees took on, we ask that you hold all of our bargaining units to the same level of scrutiny. The RTA includes teachers, but also school nurses, specialists, service providers such as social workers, speech therapists, occupational and physical therapists, guidance counselors, and others. We represent 385 members across the district, and based on our estimates, we had about the same number of members during the 2020-2021 school year. We reached out to our members to ask them how the pandemic affected their jobs as educators. Two themes emerged: the risks that staff encountered and the ways that our jobs changed dramatically to meet the needs of our students. In a moment, you'll hear from some of the staff members who've agreed to share their personal experiences. We received more than 60 responses, which were sent to you earlier this week, and I'll read them all to you now. Obviously, that's a lot more than we have time to share here. So here's a quick overview of some of the risks and sacrifices that staff took. Hazards. School nurses worked in person full-time throughout the entire duration of the pandemic, including in the summer months when school buildings were closed to the general public. Their work included testing, contact tracing, communicating, ordering supplies, planning for the return of students, and working with staff to help them reopen the building safely. Our nurses worked far longer than their contract hours in direct contact with students, staff, community members, including people who were positive for COVID. Educators working in person, whether every day, every other week, were exposed to significant risk. Special education staff and service providers work closely, face-to-face, with our most vulnerable students who were, at times, unable to wear masks and not eligible for vaccines. Some staff even worked with the most high-risk students in person during the summer of 2020, in the early, uncertain days of the pandemic. At all levels, staff reported ongoing struggles with getting students to wear masks properly and consistently. Students regularly came to school showing symptoms of COVID. Staff became responsible for cleaning materials, desks, and spaces between student groups, taking valuable time that we would normally spend connecting with our students and preparing for our lessons. The risk that educators took on in order to serve the children and families of Reading led them to miss holidays with loved ones, skip funerals, postpone weddings, miss birthdays, and other milestones to avoid putting their family members at risk. While all town employees working in person experienced risk during the pandemic, educators faced a unique challenge in the form of dramatic changes to our jobs. The pandemic fundamentally altered what it means to be an educator, starting with the online model and then pivoting to the complicated and at times messy hybrid model the district implemented. With minimal support and little training or experience, educators worked to create engaging lessons and build connections with students who are both at home and in person at the same time. We know there were many flaws with remote learning, and we recognize that it was difficult for parents and caregivers, as well as students and teachers. However, educators showed tremendous resilience and dedication to their students, working long hours to meet the needs and navigate remote and hybrid teaching, meeting with students online and in person, in some cases driving to students' houses in Reading and Boston to deliver materials. But let's hear from some of the teachers themselves who experienced some of the hardest parts of the pandemic. So I'm going to pass it off now to some of our members who've agreed to speak with you tonight.
Hi, my name is Ro Munson. I'm a teacher at Coolidge Middle School. I teach 6th grade special education in the Learning Center. So I've worked full-time in person with students across 2 teams in middle school at Coolidge as a special education teacher for the 2020-2021 school year, where I was exposed to 80+ students per week across teams. I significantly altered my daily routine to keep my team members, students, my husband who's a firefighter, paramedic, and my family safe. I got vaccinated as soon as I could, waking up at 4 a.m. for a week straight, desperately trying to find appointments. I remember one morning bursting into tears of frustration because I couldn't get a vaccine appointment and I was physically and mentally exhausted. I canceled my own wedding before the 2020-2021 school year to keep my team members, students, family, and friends safe. I didn't attend my grandmother's funeral or my aunt's funeral when they died in early 2021. Nor did I take any days off to grieve because I knew my absence would only further the challenges my students faced while Zooming into their classes from school. I spent many hours of my personal time working with students on Zoom over weekends and holidays such as Thanksgiving break to help them stay caught up in their work. I dropped off materials to families' homes, driving as far as Boston to do so. I spent time talking to parents, hearing them out, letting them vent about how crazy and frustrating the school year was for them. There were students who came to school symptomatic, COVID positive, exposing me, other students, and high-risk teachers I worked with. I consistently worked within 6 feet of students to help them with technology, to help them continue learning, to support them emotionally and behaviorally. I ate lunch with them on a weekly basis to support them emotionally during this challenging year. I wouldn't have had it any other way. They're an amazing crew, and I love my job, and I love the town of Reading, and thank you for hearing me out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, could I just take 1 second, call the select board to order?
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michelle Hopkinson. I am a health and wellness teacher at Reading Memorial High School. I am responsible for teaching 20 sections of health classes each year, averaging about 500 students. During the 2021 school year, my health classroom was used for the preschool classes in the field house, so I was moved temporarily to the distance learning room. And just like the other gymnasiums in the district, our field house was repurposed as a cafeteria. To best accommodate our physical education classes, they were doubled up within my health classes, and during the hybrid stage, we would alternate between PE and health, and I was in the classrooms full-time. In addition to that responsibility, I took on an additional role as an adapted physical education teacher, working in person with a high needs group of students within the classroom during the school year. This was in addition to my regular classes, and as I mentioned before, there was no gym, so my classes were creatively held in the classrooms, hallways, and finally some part of the field house. And it was really a challenge because I was exposed to COVID and had to quarantine on more than one occasion, leaving that whole changing of our curriculum. Like, I was in person, then I'm not, and trying to maintain consistent communication. What struck me most about COVID and what we all managed to do was my role as a volleyball coach. I kept trying to write this without tearing up because it was a very strong emotional time because the athletic programs at the high school are very tight-knit, and those kids are like family to me. And during the spring, even though it wasn't in season, we immediately started with our weekly Zoom calls. We connected privately with our families, made connections between the kids to make sure that they were safe, helping out different activities for the outgoing seniors, and trying to keep their spirits up knowing that our season would be changed or not happen at all, and the uncertainty of what would come to be. When our season finally occurred, we were limited in competition, but I was still in the gym 6 days a week, including all day on Saturdays, overseeing over 40 athletes. Despite this, our salary was reduced by 25%, never taking in consideration the countless hours we worked with our teams on and off the court. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear us tonight. My experience may not be different from others in the coaching field and as educators, but I really appreciate this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joya Butler. I'm a full-time speech and language pathologist at Birch Meadow. I worked every day in person, Monday through Friday, during the 2021 school year. Working in person 5 days a week, every week, placed me at a great risk of exposure. Visits to my elderly parents were brief, and there were no family gatherings or holidays spent with siblings. Throughout the school year, instructions for cleaning our supplies, including how to do so safely with the new chemicals that we were told to use, were inconsistent. We were not given enough time to sanitize our office and materials in between sessions. This left me feeling unsafe and completely overwhelmed. My workload became insurmountable. Scheduling students was a nightmare, as trying to schedule in-person sessions with students in a hybrid model was nearly impossible, and it changed weekly, if not daily. At times, I had to work with students in person and online during the same session. Due to the need for social distancing, I could only work with 2 students at a time, which resulted in having to increase the number of therapy sessions. In order to provide all the services mandated by my students' IEPs, planning time became non-existent. There simply was not enough time in the day to deliver services with the restrictions in place. Knowing I was working with students at all grade levels throughout the entire building, my exposure was far greater than being isolated to only one classroom. Contact tracing protocols were not foolproof, adding to the increased level and stress of anxiety, which took its toll on me both physically and emotionally. Many of my students were unable to follow safety protocols. That is, maintain social distance, appropriately wear a mask, or even tolerate wearing masks. The fear of exposing my students, especially those who could not follow safety protocols, along with fearing for my own safety and the safety of my loved ones, was absolutely debilitating. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Tim McIntyre. I'm a science teacher at the high school. I'm here to represent a few stories that we thought were important for members who couldn't be here today. First, Megan Quinlan, school nurse at RMHS, writes, "The amount of work that has been brought on by the pandemic is unsustainable. I was hoping to be done with it by now, but I'm dreading returning in the fall with waning immunity from the vaccines and the new Omicron subvariants. We are slowly building more nursing support, but it's been really hard to recruit nurses to help ease the burden. I spent my first year as a full-time school nurse, splitting my time between RMHS and Parker. Mary and I both got COVID at different times, leaving the other on their own. I had to leave one of my own kids home sick by themselves because I was the only nurse at the high school, and their dad, a deputy fire chief, had to work." Adam DeRozier, a teacher at Joshua Eaton, writes, "Shifting to hybrid was very stressful for me and my family. My wife had just given birth to our second child in February of 2020. He was 8 weeks early and had to spend time in the NICU. We were finally able to bring him home just before COVID lockdowns began. On top of that, my wife is at high risk because she suffers from lupus. Coming home to a wife who is immunocompromised and a child who was born prematurely, while still being a happy, outgoing, engaging teacher for students, was a near impossible task." Finally, Joyce Comiker, teacher at Rise, writes, "As a preschool teacher, working with high-needs students, I felt it was necessary that we return to fully in-person school. That said, I was terrified about the risk I was taking for myself and my family. My 2 sons have a chronic illness that makes them immunocompromised. One lives with me. I had to keep my distance from them and take all precautions in my home. In addition, I had to completely change how I set up and ran my classroom. It was an extremely stressful year, both personally and professionally. I felt like I was choosing between my family and my students. I was glad I went back, but it was a challenging decision." Thank you for hearing the stories. I'm going to turn it back over to Jess for some closing comments.
Thanks. Thanks everybody for your powerful stories, and this is just a sample of the many stories that we heard. We didn't hear from a lot of people as well because it's the summer, people are on vacation. So we think that we have 385 unique experiences of how people were affected by the pandemic. What we're asking for is for all employees of the towns and the various unions who've requested funds to be treated equitably. What does this mean? Well, in our opinion, any town employee who worked in person with the public through the pandemic should be given a stipend or premium pay, whatever the term is, based on the months that they worked. This would mean that our school nurses and the approximately 38 summer school teachers who worked in person from March 2020 through the summer and into the next school year would be treated the same way that first responders who worked in person that time would be. We recognize that most of our members don't work in July and August. We're not asking for compensation for any employee for months that they didn't work. The district estimates that we also had about 10 to 12 RTA members take a leave of absence during that school year. While it wasn't immediately clear whether those staff were on leave for the entire year, staff who were on leave for the whole year also wouldn't qualify under what we're proposing. We would need to work closely with the district to determine who that applies to. In closing, we want to drive home that not only did RTA members incur significant risk that required them to alter their daily lives to keep themselves, their students, and their families safe, but our jobs changed dramatically and immediately, becoming more difficult and more demanding with few resources and limited support. We hope that in considering our request, you will acknowledge the Herculean work that educators have done to keep your kids safe and learning throughout the pandemic, and the dedication that we have shown to the community of Reading in doing so. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have too.
Can you
Yeah.
please do something, I just wanted to get the numbers right. So, right after you talked about being treated equitably with other town employees who work
Yes.
the same months, you said I wrote down, do I have it correct? 38
Yes.
members worked between March and August?
So we would need to work with Superintendent Milishevsky to figure out exactly when people worked and what time. He estimated that we had in the summer school program, the extended year program in the summer of 2020, about 38 teachers and 26 paraprofessionals. They weren't necessarily working the same hours every day. To a certain extent, we don't necessarily think that that's important, however, because if you think about it, with a membership as large as ours, and in fact with a town as large as this, you're going to have people with varying levels of risk at all times. So I'm a high school teacher. I teach about 125, 130 students, but they're high school students, and they were among the first to be able to get vaccinated. They were pretty good at wearing their masks, especially with prompting. How does my risk compare to, say, a kindergarten teacher who may have had just 25 students, but students who were not eligible for the vaccination and struggled to wear masks properly, or maybe needed to eat lunch and snack with those students? So we think that it's really impossible to calculate exactly how much risk any town employee took during this time.
No, I understand. I'm just wanting to be sure. I have no idea
I
how
know,
we're gonna
yeah.
make recommendations if it's months, but so was anyone working between March and summer school? Like, 'cause I know the schools were shut down and no one was supposed to be in the building.
So I believe that the
Was it
school nurses were in the
nurses?
buildings during those times.
So that's useful to know.
Definitely the school nurses, and I would need to talk with Allison Wright and Jen Stice from the district to find out whether or not the special education staff that were in the extended school year program were in the buildings doing any preparations or planning for
Sure,
that.
right, 'cause I know that's mandated. And then I know in that August, before school started, you might have been one of them. I know there were lots of communications about planning for how remote learning was gonna work, so people had to, I don't know if you were getting together via Zoom or in the buildings or.
Yeah, it would I mean, I think that it would really depending on the building, the level, who was doing the planning and what was being organized. For the most part, we start the last week in August, but in this particular case, we had the training for the first 15 days of the school year. I think that took us to about September 15th, if I recall correctly. And some of that was in person and some of that was online. So there were staff in the building in September. I wouldn't count July and August for most of our members who
Okay,
were.
I just have one more, then I'll pass it on to the
Absolutely.
board. For 385 RTA members, how many are full-time and how many are part-time approximately?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we could find that out for you.
Yeah, 'cause I think like Desi says is like 315 FTE, so it has to be some amount of part-time and some full, but I don't know if that matters, I just was curious.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Mark.
Thanks. Thanks for presenting, everybody, really appreciate it. So I understand also in terms of the treatment, are you suggesting there are kind of two groups? There's an in-person group, and that relates to how much time they were in person, and then there are other folks who were impacted but weren't necessarily in person.
No, we're suggesting that any teacher who worked in person during the 2020-2021 school year would be considered for this stipend. Based on the district information, there was only one teacher who was fully remote the entire year. We had a number of staff that were on leaves of absence. They wouldn't necessarily be in this consideration. But we think that because we weren't the ones who developed and implemented the hybrid model, it really wouldn't make sense to parse out who came in the middle of October versus beginning of November. At a certain point, we don't necessarily think that those 2 to 3 weeks matter that much, especially if those kinds of considerations aren't necessarily being applied to all the groups.
And so with the numbers that Marianne just mentioned also, the 38 teachers, 26 paras, you mentioned nurses, and I know nurses aren't part of the same, I'm just trying to understand
They
what's.
are part of RTA.
Yeah, the
they are
nurses are
nurses.
part of the
I'm
RTA.
sorry. And do we know how many nurses there are?
So during the 2020-2021 school year, and Mary Juliana, the head of she's not part of our bargaining unit, but I just want to give a shout out to her because she absolutely moved mountains to make the students and staff
She
safe.
was the face of it.
Absolutely, yeah, and we owe a lot to her really, and just keeping the communication and the morale alive. I think we had 8, but I would need to check with
It's
the
like
district.
at least
to make
one per school, I think.
One per school, but we have had staffing shortages in the nursing department, and so I believe that we had every building fully staffed during that year, but we would need to check with the district. A lot of the information is kind of kept by the district, not by us, but we could find out that information working with them.
Great. Okay, that's my question, thank you.
Anyone else? Chris?
Thanks, Mary. Thank you all. I unequivocally agree with the way that you closed. Everything that you said there is the way that I have been steadfast in my determination of anybody that was in the building should be qualified. Anybody went into someone's house, etc. There's no delineation from, well, you were only there for 3 hours and said, no, you were in the building, then you're good in that aspect. So I appreciate that that's kind of what you were focusing on. That's how it is for me, and that's how it will continue.
Thank you.
Tom, did you have anything?
I guess the numbers that Jess was saying there rhyme with what I was expecting and thinking. And I appreciate the kind of parsing as well from a summer perspective. That set of staff was exposing themselves a little bit earlier than others. I think, the word of equity there is important, Jess, and I appreciate that as well. The only thing I'm hesitant on is that in 1 week, out 1 week type concept, just full disclosure, because, we hear from the special education staff that was there 5 days a week. The kindergarten staff was there 5 days a week, every week, all week. And so I'm just trying to, yes, there's maybe not, a perfect way to parse that. But I do think the specialists went through this, and I know there was a big negotiation conversation at the time. Special education staff went through this, the kindergarten teachers went through this. And I think there's a little bit more that we need to think about in that space,
Sure.
right? To iron that out a little bit. It's not perfect. There's never going to be a perfect number, and there's an argument probably even amongst this board about how much we parse that down or don't parse that down. But I think that there's a different risk level. And I think even for the staff here in the room, there's a different risk level. We're reading that in the comments from the packet as well. So I'd like to see, collectively working with the administration, if there's a way we can figure that out. Even if it's just a simple poll of the RTA, like were you hybrid, were you full in person, just to get some sort of barrier, some sort of bar, some sort of figuring out how, because we have a really complex algebraic formula to figure out here, essentially. And, trying to put all of those variables into it, to me, is the most equitable way to answer that question. Some people may disagree, but for me,
it could
that's
also just be, they were kind of breaking it up by time, which
Yep.
is was my approach before, okay. March to August is one time period, and then August to June, or August to March, August to the spring was another time period. And there was some people that had to put it in both town and school, and then some that focused on the second half.
Yeah.
But there's all kinds of considerations.
Yeah, there's a lot to figure out there, and it's not easy. There's no perfect answer here, so in no way, shape, or form am I trying to minimize anybody else's stuff either. But to your point of trying to be, let's look at all the unions the same way, right? We had some unions that were in 100% the whole time, right? And so if we're trying to be equitable in that regard, is how do we make sure we think about it in as consistent a way as possible to be that place.
Yeah, I think that you bring up a really good point, and part of the reason why we suggested this particular model is because we thought that would be a very difficult thing for you all as a committee to try to parse out. In a sense, what we're asking for is for the town employees to be treated equitably. So if we're looking in terms of who is in 1 week versus another week, we would expect then that the committee would be looking at things like how many calls did a particular group of people go out on in a given month, what really is the risk of exposure. If we're gonna be that granular about it, that's why we thought that the most fair way to approach it was to think of it in terms of if you're in the building, you're experiencing risk, which is also partially why we emphasized the way that our jobs changed too, because we think that that's a unique hardship that the educators really experienced, the paraeducators as well as teachers. Our jobs changed pretty dramatically, and the amount of stress and energy that it took to navigate the pandemic isn't just limited to the amount of risk that we incurred.
So I'm just looking at Jeff and Sean, you don't have,
Sean's got his hand up.
oh, he has his hand up on the Zoom, yeah. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I think Jess just kind of hit on what I was going to say, but Tom, that's my one concern with that approach is just take the police department, for example. Doesn't that lead you down a path where, you could make the same argument that you need to delineate between a patrol officer who might be having, a dozen or 15 interactions in a day, and a detective who might be having a couple interactions in a day, and a dispatcher who's maybe interacting with, a finite and somewhat recurring set of coworkers is probably the extent of their interaction, right? So, I think we're gonna get to a hair splitting place that is just not tenable, and I think the approach that the RTA is suggesting here is a reasonable one for that reason. Obviously, I most of us have been saying whatever we're saying today, we've been saying since the beginning. So we're not moving each other's opinions on this, but at least yet. But I run into that same issue. Like, why does it make sense to try and parse out, teachers who were in every other week versus every week? Because the teachers who were in every other week probably were taking lots of precautions at home and suffering some of those same challenges as the ones who were in every week. But it doesn't make sense to try and do that level of parsing for some of the public safety roles, for instance. I can't get there, and I continue to think that the most logical way to do this is to think about all the people who took on sort of increased physical risk by being required to be in contact with the public in their roles on behalf of the town, and sort of spreading it like peanut butter across that group.
If I could just piggyback off of what Sean was saying as well, I think that we do recognize that there are the first responders work year round, and we don't work year round. And that's partially why we thought that the proposal that we had recognized the proportionally greater risk that they were taking, and we want to recognize the contributions that they made to the community. Their role is so important. At the same time, the hybrid model that the district implemented, we don't think it's necessarily fair to penalize a third grade teacher who maybe, because of the cohort that they were in, started at the middle of November versus a kindergarten teacher who was coming in at the beginning of the year. Like that's just the way that our jobs worked, and all of us showed up and did what we were asked, no matter when we were asked to do it.
Anyone else? Gotcha.
Yeah, no, first, thank you. Like, you painted the picture really well. I just had a question though on the, I don't know your name, but I forget it. But were there actually salary reductions? Like, you alluded to
The
something.
coaching staff at the athletics, every department, every coach was reduced because the reasoning was that we were only given 10 competitive dates. The season was still 8 weeks, which is 2 weeks shorter, but we were in the gyms like 6 days a week. Like, I was in physical gym with over 40 kids 6 days a week for 8 weeks. There was, and again, I understand their reasoning at the time, because they were trying to deduct the cost for the athletes. There was no busing, so we actually had to drive ourselves to all our competitions as well. So that was the only reasoning that was given to us at the time the administration made that decision.
And was it just like flat across the board? Like,
Yeah, every coach,
25%,
yeah,
50%?
every coach who worked in that year.
In that particular season. So
And
it was prorated for the season. So if a season had its full competitive season, then their salary wasn't reduced. But if the competitive season was reduced to 80% of what the normal season would be, then the salary was reduced in proportion.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
One other question, maybe it's of us as well as of you. If we were to try to implement what you folks are suggesting, do we have all the data that we need, or is that what you were talking about? You're going to work with the superintendent on?
I get the impression that you don't have all the data that you need. I'm not sure that we have all the data that you need, to be honest. I think that part of what we're going to be doing is kind of what Mary Ann suggested, is going to be doing some surveying and some trying to figure out exactly who was where and when. And I think it also depends kind of on the direction that you go. If you want a more granular approach, I think that there will come a point where we might not be able to get you exact data based on what you're looking for, but but we'll do everything we can, and the school's administration at all levels has been incredibly helpful and supportive in this process. I'm sure that they'll be able to help us get anything we need.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Chris.
Thanks, Mary. Hypothetically, if we gave you, say, lump sum, some random figure, and said in the spirit of we'd like it dispersed by, who was impacted the most, would you be able to make that decision or no?
I'm not sure if I'm empowered in my role to answer that question. I don't know if it's my place to say that. I'm here representing the Reading Teachers Association, and as a group, we decided that this was the approach that we were going to take. And so if you wanted us to go back to our members and try to see if they would be comfortable with divvying this up based on their risk and their exposure level, I think that would be a challenging conversation. I would personally feel uncomfortable with that because I worry that it might divide the membership. One of the things that I think we all recognize is that there were some people who had more risk than others, but some of that was luck of the draw. Some of that was because they had a family member who had a pre-existing condition. Some people had got more risk because they were exposed to more students. There's so many of us, and it's such a big lottery in a sense of who was exposed at different times and what their levels of risk were, that I just think that I would hesitate to do that because it would be divisive.
And you have the numbers though on who was in person in the beginning of March when the pandemic started until like August, September-ish?
So in the beginning of the pandemic, my understanding is that once the buildings closed, we were all remote teaching. That's when our jobs pivoted. And then in the extended school year program, which typically runs in July and August, and I'm not sure if that's when it ran in the 2020 summer. Yeah, Tom says it is. So that program planning would have started in probably late June, early July for that, and that would have run July and August. And so that 38 teachers would have been those 5 weeks in that time span. I don't know that the nurses, I know they went home on March 13th. I don't know that they stayed home. I believe that many of them were in the buildings trying to figure things out with the administration.
So even special education teachers were home in March as well?
We were all sent home on the same day. We all got the same email from the districts that we weren't to come back. It was a Friday.
Friday
so
the
I'm-
13th.
Yeah, Friday the 13th. I remember being in an IEP meeting feeling like that was gonna be my last meeting of the year, and it was. And we weren't called back until, I don't know, sometime in April when we were told to collect what you're gonna need for the year. You're on
Yep.
Teams for the rest of the year. Figure out your schedule. Here's a Google Doc. Here's your caseload. Let's do it. So that, I would say, mid-March into early April was when our jobs pivoted. And then we were called to get supplies. We were called again at I'm just speaking for special ed. I don't know school nurses when they were in or how long they were in. But then we were told at the end of the year to bring our stuff back in. We had no knowledge of if we were going to come back to school in person, but I worked extended school year. I worked remotely, but I know there were many teachers who worked in person because those students were of high enough need that they required in-person teaching in the school building for that summer.
Can I follow up? Are extended school year teachers, are those all RTA members or do they hire, teachers from
They're
other districts?
mostly RTA members, but I know in the past there have been counselors that have been outside hires, but it's typically RTA members and then paraprofessionals as
So
well.
like the 38 that worked in the summer, we wouldn't be saying, oh, there's 10 that aren't RTA members and they don't even live in, they
I
don't
honestly-
even work in Reading.
I honestly don't know, but
Yeah.
like I know I've worked ESY like 5 summers. It's mostly RTA teachers. It's been very, very rare that I've encountered a teacher from out of district who's come in just for the summer.
So I sent your questions about that directly to Tom, and he responded, there were some staff who worked over the summer in 2020 through ESY. While they all had varying hours, it looks like 38 teachers and 26 paras. And the question was specifically about RTA members, and so I'm assuming he did not include non-RTA.
Sure. Because
That'd be important to know.
It is rare, but we do occasionally have outside members where necessary to fulfill the IEPs.
And are you trying to seek if somebody was an RTA member during 2021 but has since left the district or retired, you're including that member in this group?
If they resigned their position and went to another teaching job or left the teaching profession, we're not asking for anything for them. However, our retirees who remain members of the RTA, we do hope to include them in that.
Okay.
I think that was about 10 people, but I can find that out for sure.
I'm having problems bringing up Zoom, so Tom,
You
is
got
anyone
nobody
got
else
their
with
hands
hands
up?
up right now, no?
Okay, so I think we are all set unless anyone else has any questions.
Thank you again so much for your time.
Oh, someone from the audience has a question? Is Eric?
Karen Harris.
Can you come up here so we can hear you, please? So the TV land can hear you.
Karen Herrick, Select Board, sitting in the back. A big crowd. I just wanted to thank you all for coming tonight. Reading the packet was amazing today, and I knew there was a lot going on in the schools, having to work with that unvaccinated population and their anxious parents.
Thank you.
I did just want to ask if this was, to follow up on Joe's question, this was the first I had heard about town staff potentially having lost out on income during this period. Would it be possible to provide some more concrete specifics to the committee?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can provide that information tonight.
No.
I know that the athletics, any of our extracurricular programs, those are still included under our contract, and so if the season or the the duration of rehearsals or anything like that was truncated, then the stipend was reduced, and so it might apply to some coaches as well as some of our drama theater directors. We could find out that information.
Because you guys were working under a specific contract during the pandemic, and I know there's a chart in the back with a grid of stipends that you get.
Yes.
So how could someone just unilaterally reduce that?
Well, I will say we had many of those same questions when we were negotiating the
Okay.
MOA. The district's explanation, and I just want to clarify too that this was the previous administration's dealings with us. So the previous administration argued that the stipends for extracurricular activities, coaches and directors, came from student user fees, and that student user fees were reduced in proportion because the season was reduced. We contended that that wasn't necessarily an accurate portrayal. For example, we know that many of the athletic programs have a Friends of Reading sport association that raises money and provides the stipends to augment some of the money that the town pays, and they were not able to do that during this time period too. So Michelle might be able to speak a little bit more to that if you have more questions, but we could definitely find out specifically who and how many people were affected by that.
But the bottom line, the rationale for the reduced salary was reduced user fees.
Yeah.
Reduced income, yeah. I mean, it's revolving account.
An income from
It comes, most of it comes from the revolving account. Yes, there are friends of, but those go through as grants or whatever, not even grants, but it comes from those different organizations. That wasn't part of this reduction at all. That's not included. It's just anything that was part of the revolving account that is funded by user fees, student fees.
Thank you. It would just be helpful to know who actually incurred a loss of income that they were planning on. At the time, we didn't know what the pandemic was gonna cost us.
Yeah,
We were panicking on the town and the school side, knowing that we had to get PPE, vaccinations, and extra cleaning and HEPA filters, so you can understand where part of that
Definitely.
come from, but thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so next on the agenda, do we have representations from the Reading paraeducators?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Gail Chiesa. I am the treasurer of the Paraeducators Union. I'm here on behalf of Kathy West, our president, who is actually recuperating from surgery, so she could not be with us tonight. Jess, we agree with a lot of what you have laid out already, but we'd like to take this opportunity to share some of the experiences that the paraeducators went through themselves in the past, really main first year, but it has also continued this year, as we know. As the pandemic turned all of our jobs upside down, requiring all of us to take on additional responsibilities, we really only want to focus on the risks that we as paraeducators took. When the paraeducators were asked to return full-time to their assignments in schools in September of 2020, we were both excited but also a little terrified. We had all read the news of the educators who had returned to classrooms and ultimately contracted severe illnesses and potential death. Vaccinations did not exist at the time, and I think it's something you should know. The average age of the paraeducator union is 50 plus. In addition, many of them have underlying conditions as well as being cancer survivors. Some paras chose to take a leave of absence, while others chose to leave their positions for good. The choice to return was not made lightly. We knew the risks not only to us, but to our family members, and many of us are sole supports for elderly parents. However, many of us chose this profession because of our love for the children and wanting to make a difference in their lives. It's never been about the money. As we know, paraeducators are one of the lowest paid employees in the district and often are unsung heroes. We know bringing back our most vulnerable students could not have happened without the support of the paras, especially when substitutes really became extinct. We really had great difficulty having any kind of substitutes to help backfill. When the paras returned to school, we were dealing with the district now being a hybrid model, which Jess spoke about. This design allowed all special needs students to be in school every day, but only physically in their academic classes every other week. So this involved these students that we work with every day, either working with them to make sure they're accessing online classes, making sure they're doing what the teacher is asking them to do, and then the next week physically being in the classroom with their peers and working one-on-one with them. Because of the lack of paras, either due to the leaves or resignations, this meant that paras worked with multiple students from various programs, which in turn increased the risk of being exposed to COVID. Still, other paras worked with small children who had a hard time wearing masks and were also often switched between various classrooms, again expanding the scope of their exposure. Air circulation was a concern, so having windows open was highly recommended. Unfortunately, many classrooms across the district in which some paras worked were windowless. In addition, trying to have students keep masks on were often cumbersome, and to remain 6 feet apart was next to impossible. Some paras felt we were like the mask police, constantly saying, pull your mask up, pull your mask up. It was hard for students wanting to be next to their friends that they had been separated from for so long. Students wanted their lives back, and who could blame them? Their kids. Our job as para-educators is to be there and help the students in any way they may need it. As a result, paras were up close to help with computers and giving one-on-one instruction. We could not adequately do our job staying 6 foot distance, nor would we want to do that. These students need us. Due to the shortages of paras, we needed to be flexible. When needs arose for assistance involving other students at different grade levels, where we did not normally work, we were filling in. Again, another opportunity for exposure. So I work in a middle school. I typically am in 8th grade. I was covering 7th grade. I was covering 6th grade. I typically am not with those students. On satellite weeks, paras had to be in satellite classrooms with more students and often had to balance between the satellite classroom and the teacher-led classroom. Many times the students we worked with were split between the two classes, so we were going back and forth. Now the exposure basically included all these classrooms. We never knew on any given day if we had been exposed. It became an impossible task for the administration to know exactly who was with who. Frequently, we found out we were exposed from either another staff member or a student. We hoped for the best every day and prayed we would not get sick or possibly die just doing our jobs. Sometimes children would come to school, parents knowing their children had been tested, and only calling the school when the test came back positive and they needed to dismiss their child. But still, we came in and did our job every day. In January, President Biden allowed for all educators to be eligible, for the vaccine. Unfortunately, only a few drugstores were doing this, and it was all but impossible to find an available appointment. On March 29th, Governor Baker made the decision that all educators K through 12 were eligible for the vaccine. To book an appointment became a Herculean task. The paras were unable to find free time during the school day to accomplish this, as it required searching multiple sites. This was not possible while working with students, since paras do not have prep time. After school, hunting for appointments was fruitless, as all openings had been filled by the time of day, as well as the 2-week period that they opened the vaccines. Those appointments would be taken. This resulted in many paras setting an alarm and getting up at 2 or 3 in the morning and trying to find an appointment. Finally, by the end of April, most paras have been vaccinated. The risks we took and continue to take are real. We now know that the virus is ever evolving and mutating, escaping the current vaccines and boosters. We struggle on due to our dedication and love of what we do every day. We are devoted to our most vulnerable students. We hope that the sacrifices made by the para-educators of Reading reflect this decision, and we do not go unnoticed. At the time, we have approximately 115 para-educators in the union. We had a number of one-year hires for that time period. They were strictly a one-year hire, which bumped our numbers up, but we were still low on our numbers. We typically have around 150 paras in the district. We are currently at 123. With people who have resigned and who have left, we're looking at approximately numbers, I'm trying to finalize them, anywhere from 108 to 115 paras that would be involved in this. Similarly to what the teachers have suggested, we would like that the COVID funds be distributed equitably among the paras who consecutively worked from September through June. Any paras who worked less than those 10 months, maybe they had to take some time for sickness or family illnesses or whatever, but they were in the buildings, they were there. And those that are still employed as paraeducators. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you this evening and explaining some of the things that we as paraeducators have gone through and continue to go through. As we know, I think Jess had some data earlier that talked about the number of infections that have actually happened in this current year, which are even higher than what they were the year before.
Yeah, everything's very transmissible, so I think it's, even with masks, it's hard. Before I pass it to my board members, I think it's a similar question I asked for the teachers union, but this is probably more pertinent for the paras. How many paras are full-time paras? And then I know sometimes there's lunch paras, there's paras who work a couple of days a week. Is it a wide variation, or?
I would say
Not that it's gonna matter.
probably 75% of us are considered full-time.
Okay.
Actually, I have a copy of our comments and I have attached, you had requested information about our pay scales.
I think so. Maybe I did. I just know that you guys are amongst the lowest pay scale. When I've seen them, it's always been, barely minimum wage or
I have copies here.
that's useful too. Because that's one of, not that we're strictly following all of the ARPA guidance all the time, but the premium pay, one of the focuses that in the ARPA grant was let's focus on the lowest paid employees in whoever you're considering the premium pay.
Yes.
Okay. Make me use my reading glasses here.
And I blew it up for you.
No, I've seen this before, so. Oh, thank you. Can I see if my board members, any questions? Go ahead, Tom.
Not a question so much as a statement. I just want to build on what Mary Ann just said at the end there. While we don't technically, because we elected the government service option, have to follow the guidelines in terms of how to handle this kind of situation, I am personally leaning that way in a very heavy way. And I'm looking at a lot of this stuff and trying to figure out, some of you know the classic picture of equity where there's like 3 little kids, one's tall with no step of, the middle, and I'm trying to figure out how to make this fit that kind of model as we go through this. And the paraeducation union and the paraeducators, as Mary Ann said, are some of the lower paid members of staff townwide. So we're going to try to accommodate or think of something like that that helps do that. In addition to that, as you stated, you were in the building all the time. You had no choice, really. Whether it was filling the satellite room or filling, the classroom or doing special education related things. And you missed, even in your statement, the summer stuff, right? So those 26 that were in there over the summer for that 5 weeks as well is something that, I think I'm looking at as well. So I think it's important that we think about that sort of thing as well. You raised some interesting points about, the age and risks that I think probably most people don't look at. I'm having a hard time differentiating that versus, say, some of the, like, I've got a young child at home from a NICU type perspective. There's no clear answer there, but I think I have a relatively clear, from my perspective, in my head, step scale to a degree between the salary side of things. And while other board members don't agree, I'm still in my head of this full-time in the building, full-time type concept that I think, lowers or increases the step a little bit as well as I go through that in my mindset. So that's just where my head is as we ultimately come through some of this deliberation. And I appreciate the time you put to come into here and to represent the union. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark?
Just a quick comment while everyone's still in the room. So first, I'm sure I say this on behalf of all of us, thank you. Always, but in particular in dealing with the challenges that COVID threw at us. And you take care of very important members of our community, and it's very much appreciated. And I think we all wish that we had this unlimited, magic money tree to work from. We don't, but I think your points are very helpful in thinking about what is equitable. How do we think about that? How do we make sure that we're treating people fairly? It's a thank you that's not commensurate with the level of effort, the level of risk, the level of requirement. But I think that it's important that we say thank you and have some need that goes with it as well.
Well, I think it's appreciated by all of us. Just the acknowledgement is incredible, and we do it for the children. And many of us, it was a second career, so we started later doing this, and we continue to try to do that to help them.
Do you recall there was a period where the going back to school was being slowed because we did not have enough paras? And I remember being on FinCom saying, why can't we just pay $1,000 hiring bonus and get them? And then it was, no, the para union, everything has to be renegotiated. But we realized it was difficult to get them, and that was the lengths I was thinking at that time. Like, we need kids in school, and if this is what's holding us up, pay what we need. But it wasn't that easy.
Unfortunately, and I think we've been put in this position a little bit because of, there are budget constraints, obviously, and when you're negotiating contracts, but this has been an issue for a while, I think, the level of pay, and it has continued in us having difficulty hiring paras into the district.
Yeah, I think that's an ongoing issue independent of the pandemic.
Yes.
Chris then Joe, or Joe then Chris, I don't know. And then I gotta go to
Age
Joe.
before beauty.
Okay.
Hopefully mine is simple, but the table you passed out,
Yeah.
just really quickly, so how do I read this? So there's like roughly, 5 or 6 different job classifications for each step?
So
It's based on experience.
there are 3 categories if you read from left to right. There are 3 categories. Let me just get mine out so I can make sure I'm saying the right thing. So you'll see regular education paraeducators. You will see special education paraeducators and special education program. Regular education paras are usually paraeducators that cover office as well as some classroom time. Special education are paras who work with primarily learning center students. And then what is considered special education program educators are some of our different programs where we have therapeutic levels or more medical needs, or so they're a little bit, what I typically say, kind of heavier as far as need. But so because of the type of job you're hired into, they have made distinctions as to your pay level. Then within each classification, you'll see ND, which is no degree, AS, which is associates,
Okay, that's the
BS,
class.
BA.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Typically, I don't believe we're seeing a lot with no degree and even associates anymore. I think we have tried to make the job description have a bachelor level or higher.
And do you have any rough, like you said, 108 to 115 roughly, right?
Mhm.
But what step would they be, if you had
They're
a guess?
they're all through here. Okay. I would say the average pay is between $16 and $17 an hour.
Okay, great, yeah, thanks.
Chris?
Thanks, Marianne. I unfortunately didn't need the salary schedule to know how underpaid that you are, as well as the teachers, obviously. It's unfortunate. I'm glad I don't have to deal with contract negotiations with you guys and whatnot, but it just seeing the numbers here, I just like in driving down the street, I know stuff is advertised for more money, and I don't don't know why anybody does it, but I mean, I appreciate that you and everyone else here does as well. So, yeah, for me, it's the same delineation between both of you groups. It's the same thing in the building, working. I mean, you know, you should be compensated for it. So that's what I got.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody on Zoom? I can't get Zoom to run
No
on this.
hands are up, no.
No hands on Zoom? Okay, anyone, question? Anyone else on the board? Okay, thank you very much, Gil.
So much,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have the Reading administrators and secretaries representative. Okay, a little ahead of schedule, which is good.
Good evening. My name is Diane Finnegan. I'm the president of the Reading Association of Secretaries. I want to thank you for allowing me the time to talk to you about the Reading School Secretaries' request to be included in any hazard pay that is given to town employees. On March 13, 2020, we all know that everyone left their buildings with laptops, and secretaries had VPN access and any other documents they thought they might need, what we thought was 2 weeks. We all know how that turned out, but I want to let you know that the school secretaries never stopped working. We all work very closely with our school administrators, and we're in the thick of figuring out the new ways of doing things before everyone started going remote. During the work from home time, we spent a lot of time on the phone with parents, checking on students and needs of families, while still doing our regular things for our job, paying bills, payroll, and other requirements. But we were also asked to make appointments to pick up our mail at the superintendent's office, or even some of us had to go to the post office in Woburn, which means we had to then wear masks and gloves to go somewhere that was totally out of our bubble of being at home. In May, when it became clear that we were not returning to normal, school secretaries were asked to again leave their bubbles and return to their buildings. Before there was any real knowledge of how COVID spread, there were vaccines or easily available test kits. We worked with administrators to empty lockers and desks before we knew that it was not something that you touched, and then facilitate the return of those belongings to staff and students. We helped to finish out the school year and do things like help create drive-by promotion ceremonies, all the while knowing that we could get sick at any moment and possibly affect our families. The anxiety and stress was high for us as for everyone else. 10 of the 13 school secretaries work 52 weeks a year, so we were working in the buildings all summer, before plexiglass and hand sanitizer dispensers were commonplace in all the buildings. Our work bubble consisted of the administrators and the custodians, but we kept our distance, wore masks, and sanitized spaces after we were in them. A couple of those secretaries worked with the summer school because those students were in person. We all helped to create the new school year in terms of scheduling A and B cohorts, implementing 6-foot distance requirements. We kept track of spreadsheets as to who was remote, who was not going to be remote. Little did we know how many spreadsheets we would juggle as the school year went on. Attendance, quarantine, remote in-person, pool testing, test kits, contact tracing, you name it, we kept it in a spreadsheet. Once the school year began, the kindergarten and special education teachers, paras, and students came into the building every day, which was a new level of concern as our exposure to others had now increased. School offices are not quiet places. They are the hub of all school activity, and staff and students constantly pass through for various things. Many times the office is the holding place for students who are waiting to see the nurse. Students also came to the office to make phone calls to parents using our phones, which we then needed to sanitize before we used them ourselves. They picked up forgotten items. We contacted with parents who brought things to their students. Students waited for guidance counselors or to see the principal. They were in our office as well as staff. We spent most of our days doing remote attendance, calling homes and teachers to help confirm students were in class, and even helping with technical difficulties, which for not all of us is not our forte. The food service secretary even handed out meals every day. In November, when all the students came back to the building on opposite weeks, it meant increased exposure and many more students going to the nurse's office, which is in the main office of most schools. While secretaries are not the nurse, we are usually exposed to many ill students as they walk past our desks on their way to the nurse, so it's impossible not to interact with them. Schools were also involved in pool testing, which in most schools was organized by the secretaries. And in some cases, the actual implementation of the testing also involved us being face-to-face with the students, taking names, giving labels, directing them to lines, having them blow their noses, all the things that was involved in pool testing. I know personally, I was the one running that. So I was there as they were taking off their masks in front of me. While most people were able to work from home and forget about COVID for some of their day, and I mean most people as in people like my husband, we constantly had COVID in our presence. We had all the protocols to follow, 6 students in the building, knowledge of how many students and staff had COVID. We kept track of close contacts, pool testing, test kits, and masks, all things that kept the fear of COVID at the front of our minds. Some of us even did contact tracing on nights and weekends because of the urgent need to notify people. There was no relief from the stress of COVID. The Reading secretaries want you to know that we have been here working all along and in the building since May of 2020. Most of us put in extra time that we will never get paid for, and none of us, even those who have been working here for over 15 years, make as much as a first-year teacher. But it's not about all the extra work that we did or how our job changed, because everyone was affected somehow. It's the recognition that we have been working in person since May of 2020 and the risk and the stress we took on to do so. We respectfully ask to be considered equitably in any distribution of ARPA funds. The unit of secretaries has 13 secretaries, 10 of which work 52 weeks a year. 2 secretaries work 43 weeks a year, and 1 secretary works 41 weeks a year. So we would ask for pay for the people who worked. There are 9 secretaries who worked starting in May in the building through August. There were 3 secretaries who worked from May through June, because that's part of, they're only 43 or 41. We had a secretary retire in April, and so she did not come back in the building ever, so we aren't asking for anything for her. And we had a secretary who retired at the end of June that was already in the works. So she worked up until June, and then there was a secretary that took over from June, from July 1st through August, and then.
You mean June of 2020?
Yes.
Okay.
So we currently had 13 secretaries who worked from September of 2020 through this past school year, so.
So you went through that fast and I was trying to take it down. So there was, not that you can come up with your magic algebra formula that will cover this. So there's 10 of 13 secretaries work 52 weeks a
Yes.
year. So was it just March to May, nobody worked because nobody could be in the buildings like with the teachers? And then
We worked from home, but we were not in the building until they called us back in May.
So that was just a short time. But then May, it was 9 secretaries May to August and 3 May to June. That's what I was writing down.
Mm-hmm.
And 13 from September 2020 to end of year.
Right. And there was 1 secretary who started July 1st and worked then through.
Okay. And she was a 52-week secretary.
Yes, she's 52, yes.
How am I keeping track of this? Okay.
I was gonna ask when the train left.
Exactly,
At
right?
40 miles an hour.
Okay. That was
Why did they
just,
get there?
I'll have to rewatch this to make my notes make sense.
I can give you the paper.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
just-
the papers might be helpful. I don't know that any decisions are making tonight. We're really getting, from hearing from all of you, that we're really getting a sense of things. And I knew some secretaries were in the building year round. I assumed it was in the main office. I didn't realize it was in all of the other offices. I mean, maybe I kind of knew, as my own kids worked my way through the system, but I didn't know it was also through COVID. Okay, so I'll hand it off to the board for any comments or questions. None? Any, Chris, then Tom?
I guess, yeah, it's the same thing for me. If you were in the building, made it super easy math once we watch this back or get the paper, at least for your portion. But no, I didn't even know that there was a secretary's union in the schools and whatnot. I thought everyone's all in the same,
We're like
but
the smallest union, but anyway.
yes. But no, I appreciate you, thank you.
Then I was gonna say, my answer is somewhat the same as well, but just so you hear it, is, again, I'm thinking that steps, I'm thinking, lower paid, I'm thinking you're in there, in the building, working through all this stuff, so it's all the same type of thought process as I build my algebraic formula, and we'll see if you guys adopt it at some point in time, but, I think it's also, I think it's good for this board to hear when you were in there. right? I mean, we've had some various different discussions, oh, so nobody started until September and all this, so it's good, and I think the other unions for the same thing, right? When were people there, when were they in person, and acknowledging that, I think is very important as part of this process. I also appreciate the description you put together about that office. You know, if people haven't been in schools in a while, that is a hub. People are going in and out, in and out, in and out, and they're sitting there for a while and they're coughing, and it's like, okay, right, this little shield that I'm behind is really gonna help me? Maybe, not. So, you know, being in there, and I appreciate that as well, and I just wanna thank you for that too, and the rest of the union for that too. And so, again, all of this is in my thought process is, you know, base pay, number of hours or number of weeks in the building, and as I build my little model mentally. So thank you again. There's no way we're going to compensate appropriately in any of this, right? So that's the other part of it. It's some.
Everything's gonna end up being somewhat symbolic because it's just not,
Too much.
it's not possible and there's not enough money. Even if we had, you know, what a big city has, it's still not, you can't put a money value, but like I didn't realize you guys were having to help out with the pool testing and be that close. And, you know, maybe you had N95s at that point, maybe you didn't, but that's just one thing. Is there anybody on the Zoom that has something?
No hands up, but you can see a couple of the faces.
So nobody else? Okay, well, thank you for all,
This is a
that will
budget.
be helpful, and
Thank you.
thank you and thank all of you, obviously, for, you know, not quitting and being there for our kids. I guess that's the way I would put it.
Pushing through.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you for coming tonight. Okay, oh, this is, I didn't need to take notes at all, look at this. Trust the secretary to have it all written.
Trusted you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so, just get, pause a moment. I know that we had a person from the chamber on Zoom, and I don't, there she is.
Yes, Laura's still there.
Okay, just
And so is
wait
Jennifer.
one moment for everyone
Got
to
two.
clear out. Okay, so the secretaries are I am way ahead of schedule, but not that that's a problem.
That's not a problem, because I'm sure we'll fill it in later on, later part of the
There's another
conversation.
alternative as part of the algebraic formula.
Okay, so next on the agenda is an update from the Reading Chamber of Commerce. And excuse me, ladies.
Adele, would you mind taking the conversation out in the hallway?
Sorry about that, so, Laura,
Jennifer and Laura.
Jennifer?
Yes.
From the Chamber of Commerce. And we all have something in our packet with a memo with the update after all of the teacher statements. Thank you so much, so whoever wants to go first.
Thank you for having me. So my name is Jennifer Rogers. I am the 2022 Chamber President. And on the Zoom call with us today is Laura King, who is the 2022 Treasurer for the Chamber of Commerce. So normally our Executive Director would take these calls and present to you all. So I think this is a first for Laura and I, and I'm not sure how much of this you want us to read to you, but if it's just to simply update you, I can go through the graph, which is going to start on page 2. Or if you'd like me to give you a chamber background, I can read some of the events that we did leading up to us proposing this request to you. I'll leave it up to you to decide and let me know how you'd like me to do it.
Personally, I think we're all familiar with the chamber. I guess just an overriding question, and this goes into the graph, I'm gonna have at the end, but maybe you can proactively address it, is I know it's called the Reading/North Reading Chamber of Commerce. And I know when it came before us before, some of us had questions, okay, well, this is Reading ARPA money. What's going towards North Reading businesses? So to the extent, when you go through graph, you can explain how this will primarily benefit Reading. Like I look at Shop the Readings and I see plural and I say, oh, North Reading. Not to be all picky, but they're not shipping in here, so I have to be picky. Thank you.
Well, those are great questions. So we had requested a lot more than the second proposal that we're presenting to you tonight. And the reason that we've adjusted it is due to the fact that we have some anticipated funding coming from the state. So I'll go through the graph and I think it will help answer those questions with you. So we'll start on page 2. One of the first ideas that we have is to ask for $15,000, which is going to be to support our membership. So due to COVID, our membership is down. We had some businesses go out of businesses, some new businesses come in that maybe haven't learned about our services yet. So what we would like to do is request some funding to help us offer and pay off some of the membership dues that we have that are not that haven't joined yet or are owed to us in back years. These complimentary memberships would be for our brick and mortar businesses, but also our home-based businesses, and we'll continue to support those businesses that need it most. We're going to focus on employees, businesses with 10 employees or less, also minority and women-owned. This is a year 1 request, but we expect that we'll maybe have to do this for the next 1 to 2 years after this. Touching on your question from before about shopping the Readings, so we do add a plural to the Readings. On page 1 of this, you can see why and how the chamber kind of joined with North Reading. The chamber was created in 2000 by joining the North Reading Business Association and the Reading Chamber of Commerce, which was founded in 1989. So last year, with some of the funding that we received from both North Reading and the state, we were able to create a Shop the Readings campaign, and the past president and the executive director spent a great deal of time creating a separate website where Reading and North Reading businesses had the opportunity to add their business for free. There was no cost to them, along with specials and promotions, along with their social media pages. This own entity, this own marketing campaign, Shop the Readings, also had its own social media pages and website. There was extensive marketing that went into it. And the value was really just to focus on shopping locally. As you know, more revenue goes back into the town when people shop locally versus national brands. That was a $10,000 request. I should have said the business support one was for $15,000. The one that I think is most important, I mean, all of this is important, but with the upcoming construction in downtown area, the chamber feels it would be beneficial to create some signage. This is a $4,000 request that alerts people to the fact that these storefronts will be open during construction. We also expect that this will be more than a 1-year request, so this will also probably likely to continue into next year. We want to make sure that people know they can still shop locally and that, you know, these businesses don't suffer any more than they already have during the COVID timeframe. Laura, if you want to add anything or hop in here, just please do so. Otherwise, that's pretty much a recap of the request that is presented to you tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions for you.
Jen, I'm just going to pop in just for a minute and try to address the question a little bit as far as how do we allocate. And I do apologize because I'm still kind of new to the chamber. I've only been there about a year or two. But I understand the question is, you know, how do we allocate the money differently from Reading to North Reading? And how do we, is there a way that we can do that? And I guess I'm putting it back to you, Jen, just to try to answer that a little bit more.
So North Reading is also contributing some funding that's going to go back into the Shop the Readings piece. So they've already committed to, I just want to pull up my notes so I don't give you the wrong amount, $8,900. They're also going through their own construction with sewer installation. So they're committing $8,900 into the Shop the Readings campaign, and we're asking for Reading to also put some money into that so that we can beef up the shop logo.
So they're kicking in to this overall campaign or kicking into one of the specific sub areas in the table, or just overall? Like you're saying, you're asking ARPA ARPA for 29,000 overall, and North Reading contributed 8,900. Am I understanding that?
Actually, I think that it's the North Reading, actually, I don't think, I know, it's the North Reading Economic Development Committee that has a budget and has kicked in money using that budget, so no, that would not be ARPA money.
And that was specifically for the Shop the Readings program,
Correct.
that 8,900. It was only for that.
Okay, that's helpful, because that covers both towns.
Right.
Are you allowed to ask Chris as a local business owner?
Yes, well, I paid my dues in item number 1, so I'm covered.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
Yes. So I guess that's the easy one for me is it's the $15,000 for the businesses, that didn't pay dues or can't afford, et cetera. So how many Reading businesses dropped off, I guess, since the pandemic started?
I do have that answer. Let me just let me glance one piece of paper here because I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. We have lost 90 members due to business closure and the inability of some businesses to pay their membership dues.
So 90 in Reading alone?
I would say that is a combined number since it doesn't differentiate, and we do not differentiate the towns in any way except when we're asking for money, we go to each town separately. But the numbers are always in total since it's one entity.
Yeah, because at $200 each, that would be $18,000. So that's more than what we currently that you're asking for anyway.
Correct, and not all businesses pay that little. We do have some corporations that have more employees and they pay more than that.
But if we wanted to, I guess you could come up with the amount of Reading businesses that dropped off. You could say it's 68 have a Reading zip code or something like that.
Sure, we have an aging report that tells us the ones that are past due and that should really be removed from our catalog. We just have chosen as a board not to do that.
And then North Reading's ARPA is not contributing currently anything to any of the chamber stuff? Is that what you said?
It is my understanding, and I don't want to tell you the wrong thing, but it's my understanding that their ARPA is going 100% towards the sewer install.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we heard that. Do we have an economic development committee in Reading that is contributing at all to the chamber? That has money, or?
So right now, the Economic Development Committee in Reading, if I'm not speaking out of turn here, is focused on a bid.
Business Improvement District, right? You know more about that.
Yeah.
Could I?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
I guess where this is a little bit sticky for me is the question of who belongs or doesn't belong to the chamber. So not all businesses do. And as we think about using some of these funds and supporting past memberships and things like that, I'm not sure how, and maybe you have thoughts, how do you make that equitable to those businesses that aren't members or haven't been members? I'll leave it.
I'm sorry to cut you off, it's a little bit delayed. The Shop the Readings program doesn't require them to be a member at all. And with that being part of the request, I would highlight that. Any business in Reading or North Reading can be a part of that. In addition to that, we're not singling out who we're going to advertise that their stores are open during construction. So they're not going to have to be a member just to benefit from us bringing these A-frame signs around town trying to drive business into the local stores.
Okay, so I think those are a clearer fit for all potentially. The first one, I'm having a little trouble with that one.
Yeah, the Shop the Readings is free for anybody to register their business. You just fill out a form.
If someone's getting the benefit, why, like, what is if someone's getting, the signage and the promotion on Shop the Readings, what is the incentive to join the chamber if they're getting some benefits for free? Is it networking?
Well,
or?
I guess I can answer. Well, you can go ahead first.
Oh, that's okay. We do some business advocacy, we do marketing and outreach. The benefit to them in the Shop the Readings is that we're encouraging, whether you're a member or not, to shop locally in our communities. And I'm sure you all know the benefits of why we push that so much. As far as why we're not requiring them to be a member, that program was developed due to a grant that we received. We are, our employees, we have 2 employees, they are paid on salary, and salary does come from our membership and growing it. We have been lucky enough to do some, request some funding this year as well, coming to you guys for ARPA requests. We've also gone to the North Reading EDC. We've applied for other grants and tax credits, and so we have been able to maintain and stay afloat during these times. This request is really looking ahead. So how do we support ourselves to remain in business and open regardless of our dropped membership? How do we sustain our activities and events that have been so successful and around town, including our brand new Winterfest, which was a huge hit. Our executive director dreamed that up, and it just brought the community together, and I couldn't have dreamt up anything better than what she did. And so we look forward to the future, and how we do that is just continuing to show what we do for these towns as a Chamber of Commerce and why we need members, and to show them the benefit of becoming a member. And that is what we hope will continue to drive memberships and renewals for the years to come.
Do you have something?
Sure.
Oh, Joe, go ahead.
No, you raised your hand, I hadn't raised my hand yet, so go ahead.
Okay.
Well,
I'm trying to remember to look both ways.
just quickly, like on the 10K for the Shop the Readings, like what actually is that? Like, is that like a push campaign? Is that like a resource to like update the website more, or what are you thinking about exactly?
The Shop the Readings is its own, I don't want to call it an entity because it's not a corporation or anything, but it's its own brand. So we received funding last year that helped the past president and the executive director create this website, and it was a travel and tourism fund that we received. And with that, we built out its own website, its own social media platforms. And so it is separate from our own Chamber of Commerce websites. It's focused on, it has its own mobile app, it has email notifications, it has app notifications to go on people's phones, which would show them which businesses were running promotions. If you went into the business and you showed them that you got a push notification from the application, you could get a discount of some sort, or maybe a free item from that entity. And so after that was built out and all the work was done, we now really need the funding to keep it going, bring on new businesses that weren't a part of it in the first go around, add on new ones that may have opened, pull away the ones that may have closed, and then really focus on doing some of those sale campaigns to get people to shop locally.
Okay, so it's just like some type of part-time resource or consulting, like budget, right, to keep it updated, it sounds like.
It is costly. We do have an external company that helps us with all of our social media, and so there is some costs associated with having people focus on shopping locally.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Go ahead, Tom.
So first of all, thank you for coming to present on this, and thank you for adjusting the presentation based on, the state funding that you're about to receive, or has been committed to be received, I believe, at this point in time. I think, first of all, for me, the Shop the Readings, essentially we're matching what the North Reading Economic Development Committee has already done, slightly more, from 8,900 to 10,000. So for me, that's easy, and that helps me rationalize the Reading versus North Reading side of it, as some people have asked about. The state has already kicked in the almost 25,000 for that site as well to make the site possible. In addition to the website, you'll see signs around town that are Shop the Reading signs that people have on their yards and stuff like that as well. That's part of that. So to me, that's part of it. It also hits the heart of some of the ARPA related stuff in terms of helping businesses relaunch and get going again. I'm struggling with the support during construction because maybe I'm just naive, but I don't know what construction we're worried about in this case. Maybe somebody can answer that question. Fidel, are we redoing the piping down the whole middle of the town, or
Yeah.
what construction are we talking
All
about?
down Hayden Street.
I'll share with a lot of caution, yeah, we are redoing the water mains on Main Street, and Haven Street, and we are, redoing sewers also, it's gonna be very, very impactful. We are coordinating with, with police, with the businesses, but we are being very mindful to minimize the impact, but it's gonna be a construction where we're gonna have detours, we are going to, probably have some closures, of roads, right, which are not gonna be beneficial to the businesses. It will certainly be impactful, definitely.
Okay. Do we know the timeline of that?
So it's probably a 2-year project. I mean, we just awarded the water portion. So I imagine that it will start in September, but in reality, it'll be the majority of 2023 on both projects.
Okay. So I'll rubber stamp that from my perspective as a no-brainer as well.
I appreciate it.
Considering, what I just learned for the first time. I think I knew that from like multiple years ago as a possibility. People were complaining about repaving Main Street, and then it's just going to be dug up again. So now here we are, and that's happening. And then the other one, I think the other 15,000, I also don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think as we look at it, the loss of membership, again, the business support. The chamber is a well-known commodity nationwide. This just happens to be our implementation of it. And it is well-known as a business support organization. I don't know BID as well. I know Mark and Chris, know a little bit more about it from the select board perspective, but it seems to me like that's just competition for competition's sake. And I think we might be better off if we say, hey, let's work more directly with the chamber, but you guys know better than I do. I see this as these are the impacted businesses that are directly impacted in many cases. Whether or not it's Reading versus North Reading, I would like it to be more Reading than North Reading, obviously, but I think these are the businesses that we want to save and help. Now, I guess the only question I would say, Jennifer, to you and Laura would be, of those 90, how many of them are real businesses now, right? Is this at, $200, I think was the number Chris said? Are we talking about, how many businesses are we talking about here? Is this that we're actually going to save or help support as a result of this?
Well, we can dig up that information for you. We'll gladly dig a little deeper into those numbers for you. But I think the point I'd like to drive home is that we may have lost those members, but we also have past due members. So we're not talking about, the ones that we've lost, they are falling off of our books. We also have people that we just don't want to let go that have been with us for years, but they just can't justify the membership right now. So this would allow us to retain those members that haven't been able to pay, push them forward for another year or two, and then try to bring back some of the 90 that have fallen off. So I think I'd just like to make that a point that, we are down in membership, but some of these are people that we haven't lost that we're going to also lose.
Do you know that they're still in business? Like, I'm on your Shop the Readings website, and I was just trying a couple of searches, and I can see where like certain home-based businesses are coming up. For example, I searched on health and wellness, and I see a home-based business that I know the address listed here. I won't say the business, but I know that's a house because it's a few streets away from me. So do you know that these businesses that have dropped out are still running these home-based businesses? Some of them are like, I don't know if this is a multi-level marketing guy. Like people who try out Avon or selling things like that for a while, and maybe they're just moved on to something else, especially in this job market. Maybe they got it. Like, have you checked in with all of them?
So just to clarify, what you see on the Shop the Readings is completely different from our chamber membership. So Shop the Readings was a campaign for travel and tourism. Again, that did not have anything to do with being a member of the Chamber of Commerce. We would allow them to be on there to join the page. We solicited them, reached out to them, asked us to join that page. And that's really why we need money, so that we can revamp it, take off some of those, as you said, home-based businesses that might not be operating anymore, add on the new ones,
Okay,
and then
maybe I was
get rid of the old
confused.
ones. What I'm talking about is we use a platform called Chamber Master. It's what we live and breathe by. And Chamber Master keeps track of all of our membership, where they're located, what their entity is, how many employees they have, how long they've been in business, who runs the business, anything you need to know about that business, we have at our fingertips. Chamber Master is reporting to us that we are down 90 memberships. Now, we have past due members that we could also put into that 90, but we don't want to do that. So we're asking for funding to push, to pay off their debts for this year. We're going to have a new cycle of bills due in January. So we push them out in December. They'll be due in January, so only a few months away. And we're really looking for funding to pay off this year's dues, next year's dues, and that'll pretty much cover that entire dollar amount that you see there.
So 15,000 is 1 year or 15,000 is 2 years? Because
It is more than 1 year. It would be for this year, and we're using it towards, it says down at the bottom on that block that this is a 1 year request that we expect to extend into the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, that clarifies. I didn't know if you were saying this is a year 1 and then we'd need another 15,000 in year 2 and 3, and the money may all be allocated by now. That's helpful to know that it's more than 1 year.
We just mean that if we have say we have a few $100s left, we don't wanna come return it to you. We wanna push it out to a member that maybe can't pay again next year.
Okay, go ahead, sure.
So a couple things, I wanna respond to Tom's question a little bit also in terms of the bid and things. And just to clarify, I'm a great supporter of the chamber, no issues. The bid is not kind of an upstart competition to the chamber. It's something quite different, and I'm gonna ask Chris maybe to comment more on it, because I know he's much more familiar than I.
I cannot comment on any.
Oh, you can't, sorry, so you can't comment, so you're gonna have to rely on my couple of words.
Yes.
Sorry, so, I think the bid will go through a vote of the downtown businesses, and it will encompass basically all of the businesses that are in that area. Examples of what goes on, I was walking in downtown Boston the other day, and there was somebody wearing the Boston Business Improvement District jacket and essentially cleaning up a plaza and doing other things like that. Some of the activities they do are quite different, but it's kind of, it's a different kind of support. They agree on the activities that they're gonna do to obviously to support their local businesses. But it really isn't a competitive entity, but it is an all-encompassing entity. And again, my concern on this first one is that there are a number of businesses that may not choose to be or continue to choose to be members of the chamber. I don't see why we would be only supporting certain businesses when there's an opportunity to support all of them.
So just a point of clarification on that, right? It will be or could be all-encompassing if enough of them vote. And if 60% of them vote to make it, the other 40% have to go in. They don't have a choice, right? So saying it's all-encompassing is a false, it's a forced all-encompassing as opposed to a real volunteer all-encompassing.
But I would use that as a supporting argument in terms of now money we spend does go to all. Whether brought in or agreed to go in, they're all in.
Yeah.
We can support the downtown. And that, to me, that's what, if we're talking about spending dollars to support businesses, I don't want to have some exclusion that says, well, but you're not a member, you can't participate in that. And that's where I have a problem. With things like the Shop the Reddings make really good sense. Signs to mitigate disruption makes really good sense. But to kind of support membership feels like we've strayed into private, not kind of general public.
I see where you're going.
I will say that.
Yeah, our membership is how we pay our employees and how we are able to put all these events on, these education seminars. Our membership and our dues is why we exist. So I understand your point in, what you're saying, but I also feel that without our members, we wouldn't be here to support the town in the way, both towns in the way in which we do.
Hey, Chris, you want to
Thanks,
add
Mary. I will say that the big difference between the bid and the chamber is the bid is only focused on downtown Havenish. The chamber in general is supporting, businesses, gas station down on Main Street over there that's not even in that location. So it's more, and the chamber's more encompassing than the bid would end up being. But I guess the biggest thing, Jennifer, to mention to members, new members, whatever scenario you can do, is the 10% that you get off at Staples might seem pointless, but I made my dues back in a weekend, essentially, by the discount that you get with that. So I noticed in one of the emails that Lisa sent out earlier in the week that that's kind of the focal point there. And I just want to hit it home that, the 10% there, I'm going to end up saving a couple grand by the time I'm
Yeah,
by
just
my
in printer ink alone, how do I join?
Hey,
Working on
you can be Marianne
Oh,
LLC.
right. You're on the list,
I think what Chris is saying though is an important point that we shouldn't miss, right? Bid is focused in a smaller body, so it's all encompassing for that small body, but it's not all encompassing for all the businesses in Reading or all the businesses in the greater North Reading area as well. We're focused on Reading, but there's a lot of businesses in Reading that aren't going to be in that district that will not benefit, right? So it's
Two
arguable,
imperfect pieces.
right? And in that regard, we're supporting more, potentially, if we agree to this,
It's a good way of
supporting more businesses, a greater breadth of potential
Think of
businesses.
everything south
with-
of Main Street that's there.
Right, Harrow's,
Calorisso's,
Bagel World. You just go down the list, you go up north, you talk about the gas
Some of
stations
the most
and,
popular businesses in town.
right.
Might I
So-
suggest that maybe an opportunity here for all sides would be not to restrict potential funds to current and past members, but to also use it for outreach so that other members could conceivably join. I think to the extent that it is just paying for current members, that hits my tilt button.
I think they wanted outreach though. That's how I viewed the top bucket. Am I
So
misunderstanding?
outreach would be folks who potentially never have belonged or don't currently belong. To me, that would
That
be
was-
more outreach.
When we actually, if I could just interrupt for 1 minute, so when we met last week to discuss the changes, that was one of the items. It was talking about potentially waiving new membership fees to increase the membership that way and pay for like a first year membership. So that is included, yes.
Cool, thank you.
I think that makes it all inclusive in that regard, if that's the case, right? And they are focusing, as they put here, the smaller, 10 employees or less that really need the help, the minority, the women-owned. I would, maybe there's other things, I don't know if you have the category, but lower income, small businesses as well. That also hits the heart of ARPA as we talk about some of that stuff too. So if you can add that category, if you even have the ability to do that, that makes this even more all-encompassing and seems like a no-brainer win at that point in time.
I think to the extent that that is high priority on the list as opposed to kind of paying back dues, then I feel a lot better.
I do want to add that we just wanted to be focused on businesses that need the help. For example, I work at Eastern Bank, and we don't want to be paying the bank's dues. They can afford the dues. So we really want to focus on the businesses that need the help.
Right, well, the smaller businesses are probably more likely in that category, which is helpful to know. Anyone else, or
Absolutely.
anyone on Zoom, Jeff or Sean? I don't see Sean, but any other comments?
Sean is still there, but just not on
No,
camera.
no questions. Okay, Chris, you had something else?
I'll just make it a point to say that I would be exempt from any of this funding or any et cetera. I don't need any of it, just in general, so.
So even though you're a chamber member, it's
And
not
I'm under
going.
10, it's same thing.
That's good to make it
You're in
clear.
good standing.
Yes.
Well, this was very helpful, because I think the first even chamber thing, we only kind of discussed the first memo going around this. I think we got a lot more information this time, just generally, about what the chamber's doing and the benefits of being a chamber member, so I know it educated me, it's very helpful. We all
Thank you
set?
guys for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to fill you in, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Could I suggest maybe taking 5 would be a good.
Okay, so we can go, and plus also I'm not sure if
Don't
our
have
next
anyone.
people are here, so we will go into a recess for 5 minutes.
Jenna is on the call.
calories.
House of Bakers.
House of
Yes,
Bagels,
House of
Beyond
Bagels.
Bagels.
It's great, but the parking is limited. I'll have a
Parking bad, right?
I'll have a video coming out on the bagel options soon.
People have done
And you think I'm joking, Fidel?
reviews on
That's the best part too. Think I'm joking.
You wanna call us back?
Yeah, okay. Okay, so the Reading ARPA subcommittee is back at 8:49 PM. Jackie, do we have Jenna available or somebody from Recreation on our agenda next to talk about Reading Youth Lacrosse?
I mean, Chuck was coming.
Chuck, are we still waiting on another person for that? Cause I'm a little ahead of schedule.
Jenna is there.
Jenna, do you have
Hi,
company?
everyone.
Hi, Jenna.
I'm here. I believe Chuck Weberly is coming in person to speak on behalf of Reading Youth Lacrosse. He had a game at 7:30 and was heading over, so I will give him a quick call. Does that work?
Sure, sure,
Okay.
I gave the three unions a lot more time, but they were very organized with answers to the questions. Andy,
Do you wanna skip over to the food pantry if they're here?
I
I
didn't
don't-
see them.
I don't see, yeah, and I don't know whether it was gonna be Vanessa again, and I guess we could take a look at some minutes now, if you want, to just save time for later. I don't think we have to do that in any order, it's not a public hearing. So, if everybody will scroll.
Everyone, Chuck's walking in now.
Oh, okay. So we'll
Yeah.
Just one minute.
table that on the minutes.
You just want mine?
Nope, there,
There he is.
Hey, how you doing?
hi.
We're in
So,
the coaches.
We're running ahead of schedule, are you
I
ready?
just gotta practice.
Are you ready to speak with Jenna about youth lacrosse?
I'm just gonna stand up at the
Step
podium
up
when
to
you
the
podium.
get ready, please.
Get your bearings.
Alright. So I just have this if you guys wanna take a quick peek. These are all the same and it's just something to take a quick pass around. Do you want me to just start or?
Sure,
You
yes.
and Jenna, who's starting, who's going?
Jenny, you want me to just go or?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Chuck Weberly. I'm the president of Reading Youth Lacrosse. Reading Youth Lacrosse is a recognized 501c nonprofit. We're run by a board of directors who are mostly parents and parents of current former players, as well as both the boys and the girls high school coaches. We have a range of about 370 to 420 players in the program. Our high was, of course, the year before COVID. Our low was the year afterwards, and now we're slowly creeping back up in membership with some programming. Our breakdown roughly is about 60% boys, 40% girls. We're truly a town program. The overwhelming majority of our players are from Reading. The past several years, on all of our teams combined, we had a total of 2 non-resident players. One was from Medford, one was from Woburn. That's it. Everybody's a resident. We've been pursuing construction of a lacrosse wall for at least 8 years that I know about. For those who don't know what it is, we're basically talking about a big concrete wall. I would suggest it remain unpainted for maintenance reasons. Sometimes they're painted, sometimes they're not. And the wall is usable on both sides of the surface. The wall that exists currently at Winchester that they just built, just for reference purposes, is 39 by 16 high. Although this is a lacrosse initiative, the wall is not exclusive to lacrosse. A rebound wall can also be used by the soccer program, just children throwing tennis balls, kids playing wiffle ball, stickball, etc. The basic goal is to create a dedicated space where a group can get together and practice their skills against a rebound wall. One of the most important ways to improve as a girls or boys lacrosse player is to practice what they call stick skills. We have in the past run wall ball challenges. That's the shirt that I passed around. Basically, a wall ball challenge is a series of skills that are timed, and you attain prizes or a shirt based on the milestones. So, for instance, younger players, we're just trying to encourage them to stay involved, so we might have them do like 10 times right, 10 times left in a minute. And we time them and we record it. And then it's not, like, you don't just get to that milestone. What we're trying to do is encourage progress, so we're trying to get them to the next step and the next step. So it's not something that you would attain overnight. It's more a goal of a program over really the life of the program. Excuse me. The numbers change based on the age and the skill level to maintain motivation of the players. A free shirt turns out to be a tremendous tool. Kids are getting better and better and they don't even know about it. It is typically not attainable in one night or a week. It is something everyone needs to work towards to complete. The program has been extremely successful, but difficult to administer without a central location. This year, with all the field space issues, we just weren't able to run it. It was too much. Some of the things that we do in the community, we don't turn any residents away for financial reasons. If you want to play and you register on time, we'll find a way to get you on the field. That includes free registration and free equipment and anything else that you might need. Not many people know this. We provide an AED at the high school and at Parker. We pay for the unit and we maintain it, and that's there basically weather related, so you can't leave the AEDs out when it's freezing, but other than that, we have them out there. Recently, with Fidel coming on, I've been in discussions with the town how we can make that more accessible, let more people know about it, try and find a permanent location, and figure that relationship out. We provide teams for everyone, and everyone plays together. This is not a dig against other sports. My son plays hockey. He's been on different level teams. He's been on a 1 team. He's been on a 3 team. But lacrosse is set up a little bit differently. So say you're a select or a 1 player or a 2 player, you play on that level team, but in order to play on that level team, you have to play on another team with all the kids, regardless of their age, regardless of their ability. So you'll play with another 7th grader who might be a new player and another 7th grader who might be playing 8 years. So we're really trying to build camaraderie, teammates for the high school program. We're trying to get kids engaged. We don't want to just kind of break out a group of kids and have only one's play or two's play. We're trying to get them all together. As we all know, a couple of years and kids will change skill up and down both ways. So it's important that they develop those relationships as teammates. This year, for the first time ever, we ran programming 100% staffed by volunteers throughout the summer. Many thanks to Jen at Reading Rec for helping us out with that. Predominantly, we've had newer players going through skills twice a week throughout the summer. Next week, Monday and Wednesday, are our last 2 programs. Just to give you an idea, for like 60, 80 players twice a week throughout the summer, we charged $20. So it was really just motivation. We wanted to charge something so people felt they had some skin in the game, and that covered our field costs, but it was basically to keep the price as low as possible so that we would encourage people to participate. We also have great participation from the boys and girls high school players, helping coach and even coming out to games to encourage not only the younger players, but the older players as well. I just actually came from Skills. We had 3 high school players there for about 2 hours. That's also a volunteering opportunity for the high school kids. They have to volunteer. So, I'm frequently asked to sign off on an itemization and hours for how much time kids have spent with the program. In the past, financially, we had a board member who was able to work for a construction company, and he was going to be able to get the wall donated. Unfortunately, that board member has now moved on to another position, and so did our donation and our funding. As a board, we typically don't meet during the summer. Everyone kind of needs a break. It's a pretty crazy couple of months. So unfortunately, the timing to discuss a donation didn't really coincide with your request to have me come out. What we had contemplated in the past was a $10,000 donation, and we had planned on the wall being donated, as I said, by that individual. We can commit to that amount, and we can revisit our next meeting in September, but we would need to start moving forward with some type of a fundraising initiative. In closing, I understand the ARPA funds are not conditional on a match, and I'm here to request that you support the substantial number of boys and girls players that come through Reading Lacrosse by funding the wall project. A project that's led by Lacrosse, but one which can be shared by all the other user groups. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So just so you're clear that there was, in the past, there was a possibility of donation, so now is the cost still the 150,000 that Rec had told us?
Yeah, I mean, and I had told Jenna, we have a couple of guys on the board that are in the construction field in other capacities, and they could help, with sourcing and costing and trying to bid it down. But generally speaking, everyone that looked at it, that was the number that they had come to. And that was the donation amount that was being contemplated by, one of our guys was, he had a big job at a big construction company downtown, and they basically they were gonna donate the whole thing.
Jenna, do you have anything to add to what Chuck said?
I do not. We actually collaborated a lot on this discussion, and I completely agree with everything he said and how he presented it.
Okay, any questions, Tom?
I mean, I was the one, I think, of the committee that asked that Reading Lacrosse look at a potential proportional share or whatever if you could. So it's really unfortunate that member is no longer available to help with that, Chuck. I mean, that really, it hurts you, it hurts, it hurts all of us, because that's, potentially 150,000 that we could have used in other places while supporting it in the greater Birch Meadow, interest, right? So I'm really disappointed that we can't do that. I'd love to figure out if there was a way to start a fundraising type thing there. Like I said, the last time was, if we go look at Sturgis right now, softball, paid for Sturgis, and what has happened there. You guys have a phenomenal program, right? So I'd love to figure out if that was possible. If it's not possible, it's not possible. It's not a showstopper for me. It was really more of a, this seems like something we might be able to figure out if there's a joint share or something like that could help get things done. So it's disappointing that may not be the case. And maybe when your board gets back together, you guys can come back, and at that point, select board may not have made the final determinations. This committee may have made our recommendations, but the select board may not have made its final recommendations. And maybe that old board member would be willing, if he sees real progress, to have his company, contribute some of it, maybe not, but I'd like to. Yeah, well, that's too bad. I think with the bidding related stuff, that it falls into the, greater than 10,000 has to be bid out, and you really can't really do anything about that at that point in time, but it was, it is what it is, I think. So that's disappointing news, but I understand it begrudgingly.
I mean, the only thing I could say about that too, it's tough to fundraise and get huge participation fundraising for something, and I'm happy it's going to be shared, but it's shared. So like improvements that baseball makes are typically baseball related improvements. We're not sharing those with soccer or lacrosse and using those improvements. So this is something that would be used by multiple groups.
Mark?
Good question. How do you envision that could be administered, that multiple groups could use it? If you're throwing a lacrosse ball, on one piece of this, are other activities really gonna wanna come close, or?
I mean, it's not, it's a recreational use, it's not a scheduled use, so it's not like, I wouldn't envision anyone would reserve it for any period of time. It would be it's two-sided, kids will kind of segregate themselves, usually by age and skill level. Anyone can use it at any time. I think probably a group of kids from any program will make an arrangement on their own, just like they ride their bikes to wherever in town and meet up and play flag football or wiffle ball, or they'll just get there and they'll use it. It's not like a field where we envision some type of reservation system or practice schedule. It's just going to be almost like a swing set,
So it wouldn't be like, a set of soccer coaches said, okay, we're all gonna meet here on Saturday morning for 2 hours and kick against this.
Right.
Well, they could, but it just wouldn't be reserved or scheduled. So they could show up and there's a bunch of lacrosse kids there at the same time, right?
It's not like a field like we go through the town for field space. This is just gonna be something that people can use.
And is what it's made out of, which just looks like concrete, to your knowledge, are there supply chain issues and inflation that are associated with that? At FinCom last week, we heard that a lot of things that they're trying to buy are like 30% more expensive. So is this a cost is this cost a moving target, or does it feel?
I mean, I would say it's somewhat a moving target. It's precast concrete. There's a limited, number. I mean, Shea Concrete's right up in North Reading. I'm sure they could make it. There's a lot of companies that make it. It's used for different things other than being a lacrosse
So it's
wall.
not a remote supply chain, it's
No, I
local
mean,
anyway, that's one thing.
It's gonna come from within the state. Your cost fluctuation would probably be fuel and labor, and right now fuel's coming down, so I mean, it's not quite the level it was, but certainly it's subject to some type of fluctuation. But it's not, there's not 1,000 moving pieces in this. It's a concrete wall and some underlayment to, like a foundation type thing.
Did anyone else? Go ahead, Joe?
Just quickly, in the void today, basically the kids just use the high school, right?
Yeah, I mean, for
it's
the most
not
part,
ideal, but that just seems like that's.
yeah, there's signs all over the high school that say no,
Don't do that,
no
but-
ball playing,
yeah.
and then there's cars with the damage to prove it.
Yes.
It's, yeah.
In windows in neighborhoods.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
But, and the other thing too is like, it seems like most, like, successful, you mentioned Winchester, not that
Yeah.
we want to be competitive, but like most successful towns that have good lacrosse programs do have walls.
Correct.
That's pretty.
Lincoln Sudbury has a huge one.
Yeah.
So that's
Did
pretty
the
much
town
gold
pay for
standard.
Winchester's wall, like?
I don't
was
know
that-
how
yeah.
they got funded.
That's good.
Thanks, Marion. I mentioned jokingly at the prior meeting that we had the lacrosse wall come up. Is there any way to finally engrave it or something where you mentioned sponsorships, et cetera, and people raising money for it? If you just engrave people's names into it, I understand, very fine, not
Right.
changing directions of balls, kind of. Just
So I think this is literally a precast piece of concrete. So any changes you made in that regard would probably drive the cost way up. The, I guess, alternative would be you could paint.
Do lacrosse
so-
wall sell ad space?
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I don't know what type of municipal approval process would be
No.
required, and then the problem you run into, like Winchester's is painted.
That's a bylaw thing, 'cause
And they said it's the worst thing they ever did, because once it's painted every 3 years, you gotta find money to paint it again and shut it down and deal with. I mean, I've been to certain locations, not specific to lacrosse, where there's like a plaque and you could have, I guess, names with donors on it.
yeah, no, I was more concerned with after the fact engraving per se, but if you haven't seen any concrete actually engraved like I'm saying, then it's probably not even possible.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like I said, I mean, I'm sure anything's possible, but
Yeah.
I would imagine the cost would.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it would start looking tacky with a lot of ads on it, I think, that would get
No,
all
it's-
chipped from all.
Just like the buy the brick thing, but on the lacrosse.
I know where you're going.
It's all it is.
I mean, it's not that thick, right? It's not worth putting things on no one's gonna see it on the
It's
side
like
edges.
you're driving down the highway and you see the Jersey barriers, the concrete Jersey barrier. It's
So-
just
Taller.
Jersey barrier on steroids. Basically, it's all it is.
You say we should rent it? I'm just
Yeah.
kidding.
So I could go out there with a chisel and just
If you want.
free.
Jay, don't give the kids ideas.
I know, right?
Marion.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Chuck, has RLL talked to Rusk at all to see if there's any sort of shared interest here?
No, I mean, I know that generally speaking, they just get used by a wide variety of users. I mean, I've been to Winchester and Lincoln Sudbury, and they're like, kids on one side with those little red super pinky balls type, literally just throwing them up against the wall, and there's kids playing soccer. It's just, I mean, you see kids throwing balls against the wall all the time. So I don't know how much adult use it would be. I mean, we've got high school players. We've got a lot of kids that have been really successful at the D1 level. They come back, they help us out. I'm imagining they would probably use it as well. Just they come back and they practice over the summer. But I think I'm sure it would get used. Again, I'm not planning any programming. I mean, we'd like to run a wall ball challenge, but that's not okay, it's going to be 2 hours, no one can use it. It's just something that we're going to try and run.
Yeah, I'm just going back to building up the cross share, the funding, the fundraising type concept, and if both RLL and Rusk are out there saying, "Hey, can we raise 50,000 for this?" Then I have a feeling Reading would find a way to meet that. But I can't. Obviously, we can't promise it as we're going through this as well. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think with those two organizations, there's enough potential interest.
So partial funding from ARPA would mean you guys are sitting and waiting to get other donations, because you're not gonna build like a couple of segments of it, it's gonna
Right,
be.
you can't-
It's a one-shot deal, you can't.
You can't have partial of it, yeah.
I mean, to that point though, like, could you, what's the impact of doing a 1/3 smaller? I'm just making it up, like, is that 50,000 less? How useful
So
would that be?
my understanding is most of the cost is in the site prep and the delivery of the segment. So once you pay for site prep and delivery, of one segment, the incremental cost of adding a segment is not as big. I'm sure it would be cheaper. So
I mean, just as a way to bring down the cost a little, like, because how long is that again?
that one is I think 39.
Oh, so the same as Winchester then?
Yeah, that's the Winchester wall.
So there's
That's
is
before-
a standard
okay.
size?
That's the Winchester wall before it was painted,
Okay.
before it was finished.
But even 30 feet would still be probably useful, right?
Yeah, I mean, anything would be useful, it's better than what we have now, so.
There's
But
nothing.
again, the incremental cost versus how many people can use it at one time.
Go ahead.
And is the space plan for 39 feet right now, or is the space plan for some subset of that?
There's not a definite schematic on that right now. We're still in the planning stages with activity tasks for the plan right now. We're in the design phase.
But the 150,000 is for this size of wall.
That was, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the height of the wall, is 39 feet.
And no, we don't need any fence around it, or it's in
No.
a fenced area,
It's
wherever everything bounces, it goes.
I mean, I'm definitely supportive of the wall. I'm just wondering, is it even worth looking at something, a little shorter, like if, to your point, like, is there a way to, like, reduce it overall, right? Like, do we?
I want people to contribute to it, is what I want. I don't want to make it smaller, I want people to contribute to it.
No, but going the other way, like,
Yeah.
it's something better than nothing. That's what I'm trying to figure out, like how.
I mean, the height's pretty important because
Yeah, the height definitely is.
it's gonna start, especially it sounds crazy that like the little kids, the balls, they either come out of their sticks like straight into the ground or straight up in the air like, rocket shot. So it winds up on the other side and it lands,
And I know the high school kids, my kids played, like, you did wall ball before practice.
Right.
Captains ran that, so all of a sudden you had, it's pretty busy at that time, so you give up that space, there could be some impact, but.
Right.
So, I'm just wondering, is it worth looking at reducing the size of the wall? I don't know, the length of it, to see how much it would save, or, I'm just throwing it out there, I don't know.
I think I gotta start an engraving company and, sell some ad space on it.
Maybe,
I think it's worth considering a different size too, just to see if that, if it doesn't make a meaningful difference to your point, then.
Right.
Well, is it a linear scale if you take 150 and divide
No,
by
it doesn't
6?
seem like it is, so. And again, I'm
I
supportive.
mean, I went off the Winchester wall, and the Winchester wall is smaller than the LS wall. The LS wall, the guy that runs LS Lacrosse is a contractor, so he was able, I guess, to hit up some suppliers, I understand, and it's pretty big. It's much more substantial than that.
Any questions on Zoom? From Sean or Jeff? Nope.
No hands.
Okay, well, I think I'm all set, and thanks for that. I think we were, a lot of us, if you saw our recreation initial funding things, I think this was getting included, and certainly there were a lot of lacrosse supporters in the survey. From what I hear of the comments. Was that an
That's what people
assignment to
thought.
your,
You may have
assignment to the
league?
league? That's good, and it's good to know, the scope of interest and that it's open. What is the age range? I'm just curious.
So the registration age is grades 1 to 8. We'll typically take kindergartners based on their skill level, and then like the summer program, we let kindergartners come in if they wanted to, trying to get them, better for first grade.
Oh, I
And
didn't
we
know
end
what
it
that
in
meant.
8th grade, and then we start, bringing those kids back to help our kids out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
Coming off the field, coming right in here.
Can you get that shirt back?
Oh, yeah.
No, this one's mine now.
I have a more recent one, but I was looking through my son's room for it and it wasn't clean.
Appreciate that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck.
Bye-bye, Chuck. Okay, next up, we have an update from the Reading Food Pantry, and I see their representative is here. Are you ready to go, Vanessa?
Yes, thank you.
And I don't remember, I know if it was included in the packet.
I think it was.
It is?
It is page 30 of the amendment.
Okay. I printed it two-sided. Where the heck did it go?
Okay, there it is.
It's right after the Reading's.
Yeah.
It's the next page after
Yeah, I
that.
know, my pages are sticking together. There we go.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for having me. My name is Vanessa Alvarado. I'm here as a representative from the board of directors for the Reading Food Pantry. And we were last before you last month when we put forward a proposal. We appreciated the feedback that you provided us with, and we discussed it as a board and decided to amend our request based on your feedback. And so what we have in front of you tonight is similar to what you saw last week. Numbers are adjusted a little bit. So we have, as you may remember from the presentation last week, one of the areas where we struggle is in finding space for refrigerated items that our neighbors benefit from in receiving from the food pantry for things like bread, milks, meats, things like that. One of the things that would be very helpful for us is to have industrial sized refrigerators. When we were last in front of you, we requested one. This time we have confirmed that we do in fact have space for two, and so that request is for $12,000 for two refrigerators. Another area where the food pantry has really been seeing a need amongst our neighbors is for gift cards due to the impact of inflation on staple goods. So the cost that we have seen in the last several months increase has been about $1,600 per month. So we have changed that request to cover that unanticipated expense due to inflation to cover 3 years, and that total is $57,600. And the last one, which is, so those first two really help us address the short-term needs for our neighbors here in Reading. And the last item is the long-term planning that the food pantry is attempting to do. Our biggest struggle right now is finding adequate space. We just don't have it right now. And so that is $15,000 to secure a consultant to help us, someone who's a professional to help us identify a space within Reading that is affordable, that is accessible to our neighbors. Our current space is not very accessible, which makes it challenging for people with disabilities as well as seniors. So the total before you tonight, amended from last month, is $84,600. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'll lead off with one that, and Adele and the select board members can correct me if I heard it wrong. Is it true the Reading Food Pantry is slated to get a $25,000 grant from the state? Am I?
So funny you should ask. There have been some developments at the state level. The portion of the budget where that $25,000 was slated has not been approved.
Is that the one that didn't get through then?
So that is not guaranteed, and we simply can't count on it. It is slated to be $25,000 towards future construction projects. That's how it's earmarked. But it's until it's in the bank, we can't really count on it.
But it could possibly help. Is that allowed to go towards the consultant to find space? Is that considered a future?
I don't know what the restrictions on it would be, and we don't know when that might come too. That's the other. So there's a lot of uncertainty there.
Okay. Anyone else? Mark?
So thanks, Vanessa, for going back and talking this through. I think that kind of the uncertainty of, well, let's have some money for space. I think this is very appropriate. I think it makes sense in terms of what you're doing. It's great that there actually is room for two refrigerators, so that's a capacity opportunity. Gift cards, I think you heard pretty strong support from folks in general about that, and I think it makes sense to think about opportunities for a different location. And You may or may not spend all of that, but I mean, this is something that I feel I can support.
Great, thank you.
Good, Tom.
So you probably remember that I was like 1 year at least for the gift cards. So I'm comfortable with 1 year. I'm not so sure I'm comfortable with 3 years. Feels like a big jump to go to 3 years. So can you describe the rationale that the board went through when you came back and said, let's go to 3 years from 1 year?
Sure. I was looking for a fellow board member. A recent anecdote that we heard, not anecdote, a very personal story from one of our neighbors is that even with increasing the cost of the gift cards, it's still not covering their basic needs. And so this amount of $57,600 gives us some flexibility to help address sort of the fluctuating needs. And so the board would see this as stretching to 3 years. We would adjust based on the needs of our neighbors over the next, between now and that 3 year mark. We're trying to be as open to supporting our neighbors as possible. And stretching that out really helps provide stability and consistency for people in need.
I guess, yeah, I'm completely empathetic to that. I think maybe there's a middle ground, especially as we're seeing other costs come and go as we work through this. Maybe it's, I'm just throwing something out just to throw something out right now. You guys have done more of the analysis, so you can tell me if it makes sense or not. But maybe it's more of a $2,400 for a year, or 18 months instead of 3 years. I think 3 years is kind of far out, and I would also say that as you come back in that 18 months, and I'll turn to my select board members here, right? There's a high likelihood that some of the other money that we say we're allocating will be coming back, that we're going to need to reallocate, and that would be a perfect time to say, oh, by the way, remember we asked for 3 years and you guys only gave us 18 months, right? We'd love to have the next 18 months of that at that point in time when we know that's available. Whereas right now I feel like we're really squished up against the number that we're talking about allocating, but I could get comfortable with some medium number in between there that brings us towards that end of 2023 as we start to things start to wind down in the allocation window. But I don't know if that's something you could be amenable to, or if you're even allowed to speak on behalf of the board in kind of a compromise perspective there or not. So
Sure.
Just thinking out loud a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would just like to take a moment to introduce my fellow board member, Pastor Joseph Young. He's a fellow board of director. So feel free to jump in at any time. So as far as being amenable to changing the amount or how we allocate it, of course, ARPA is really this once in I don't want to say once in a lifetime, but it is a very rare occurrence that funds like this are available. Allocating for the 3 years, which I know seems long, but really does help provide for our neighbors that consistent, reliable support to ensure food security. So we would of course be grateful, and our community would be grateful for any amount that this committee and the select board would be willing to put forward. I said it in my first presentation, and no one should wonder where their next meal is coming from. So any amount that the board would be willing to put forward would be greatly appreciated, and that commitment for 3 years I think would be really impactful.
Yeah, I think I share Tom's concern about that many years, and also, we're not I know nothing about the whole process, but I know there's SNAP benefits and there's lots of federal and state support for people who go hungry too, and this is kind of an added supplement. Like I know maybe detergents isn't covered, like food, other basic needs. But if we kind of commit to not allocating every penny of our ARPA money, and we think about, well, we don't know what the pandemic and other things have for us, it can be something that you can come back to. And like you said, with money, there may be a short-term fix, and then you and other groups that maybe still be feeling pandemic needs, or because now this is starting to say, okay, we're thinking of pandemic, we're thinking of operational costs, but now there's other issues facing the country. ARPA wasn't put out for that. We're trying to think of pandemic impacts. I know it's not strict, but anyway, I shared I had put down 6 months and then I said, oh, yep, a year. And I think we all kind of can think a year is a short time, but 3 years feels, speaking for myself, it does feel long. And Joe, yeah, you had a thought.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I somewhat agree with Tom, but I also think there's some catch up here, and I also think that, like, in terms of 2 versus 3, that, like, with inflation, like, food prices aren't gonna go down again magically. I mean, inflation might be at 5 to 6%, who knows, like, a year from now, I won't be saying that's great. So, I don't know, I definitely support, like, the 3 years, like, but again, like, we have to look at it against all the other, like, priorities, right? But in terms of the space consultant, like, so what are you actually looking at there? Is that, like, how well thought through is that, like, in terms of how you use the consultant? Like, would they, like, come up with what exactly you need for the space and help you look at real estate around town, or what's the thought process?
Had you arrive at the cost, maybe, yeah.
Hey, can I just wanna, hey, thank you, Joseph, I just wanna say one real quick thing. One, I know you guys have really tough decisions to make, and we're really grateful that you're considering. I would like to speak to the gift cards that we do give out, because I think that's not an arbitrary thing. It makes a substantial difference to the lives of the people that they go out to. These are people that are the most vulnerable people in Reading. I met with one this week in their home. They're a parishioner of my church. We provide gift cards from our church side. They get federal subsidies too, and it's still not enough. And with inflation, their money ran out in the 3rd week of the month in terms of food support. And that doesn't even speak to, like, if SNAP doesn't cover things like female hygiene products, and so you have, like, this is not. It is, it's not a little thing, and it is really truly to the most vulnerable people in Reading, the 100+ people that we serve. And so I know that there's a lot of great places to use it, and I trust your guys' wisdom as to where that lands, but it is, I just really want to encourage you to, that's a good place to put a foot down if you're looking for a place to put a foot down. As to how far. What's the question exactly?
Space.
Yeah, the space consultant, like.
So
I'd rather you speak to that,
yeah.
so.
So the board and the leadership team of the Reading Food Pantry has already done extensive legwork. One of the proposals that we are considering is renovating and retrofitting the current space that we have and expanding it. Another is, and this is where the consultant would come in, identifying potential avenues that the food pantry could take. I know at our last meeting, I think someone raised the idea of, combining it with a senior/community center, which of course would be a fabulous long-term option. We've thrown all sorts of ideas around, whether it's identifying a home in Reading that we can update to our needs, whether it's the empty Walgreens building that everybody wants in downtown. I know a lot of people.
Can you
love
pay
that space.
$18,000 a month rent, or that's what I hear?
Right. So a professional consultant who could take the time, understand our needs, the square footage that we would require, the electrical capacity for refrigeration space, shelving needs, accessibility, all of that is something that a consultant could take on that we as volunteers, A, don't have the qualifications for, and B, simply don't have the time and resources to do. So a dedicated consultant would help present us with options that are feasible, affordable, and then the board of directors would take that into consideration and decide how best to move forward.
Okay. And yeah, I think so, but the 15,000, it's almost like a placeholder, like you've talked to some people about roughly what that would,
Yes.
that work would cost, so you have some rough figures too,
Yes.
okay.
Like, what kind of profession is it? How do you find a consultant that finds these kinds of space needs? Is it just a real estate professional? Like, what's the kind of, if you had to go find that person, what do you look for?
So that is not my area of expertise on the board of directors,
Okay.
so I apologize, I can't answer that. But I know that, not to put you down on the spot, but I know the town hires these types of consultants. Is it Weston and Sampson in town does this type of work as well. There are professional organizations that do provide these types of services.
Okay.
Okay, I might suggest that Weston and Sampson is not who we're looking for at all here.
No, but just an
They're in
example
engineering.
of a type of
I
company.
mean, I know there's engineering consultants, there's advertising consultants. This is like space for a charitable organization consultants. I don't know what that is.
I think that's what it is. I think it's folks who would have experience in terms of knowing where to look, understanding requirements, thinking about kind of what you can sneak in versus not.
Yes.
That's the kind of consulting that I think would make sense here.
We also have neighboring communities that have identified space as well. And so we have been in discussions with them to see we could also do that outreach again to find out who they may have used for their most recent spaces.
So do we have someone on
You
Zoom?
have two, you have Sean and Hal Torman.
Hal
I'm guessing Hal is with you all.
Hal is our treasurer, yes.
Okay, can you link up Hal? Does he have something to add?
Yes, hi, good evening, everyone. So I'm Hal Torman, I'm a treasurer and board member at the Reading Food Pantry. I just wanted to address a couple of the items questions that came out. One regarding the gift cards. So the amount of that we came up with for the 3-year time frame was based on an increasing population of neighbors that would be needing these cards over the years. I mean, we're not seeing our numbers dwindle over time, and if anything, we're getting more neighbors that come in requesting assistance. So, I mean, the 57,000 and change really tries to accommodate what we would envision to be an increasing number of neighbors needing assistance from the food pantry. So it's not just based on our 120 or so neighbors, families that get assistance today. And regarding the consultant, I think Vanessa and others hit on it, is that we're looking for someone to have the expertise and the time to reach out in the community to real estate professionals, to property owners, to landlords, someone to do all the scouting for us, because we just don't have the time, and we really feel that with someone with the expertise, and I myself don't know who that would be, but someone that has that skill set, to give them this money or whatever it would request, and have them find us an ideal space that is, efficiently laid out for the clients, for their accessibility, for our space needs, and so on. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Okay, and I think Mr. Brandt, Sean had a question.
Yeah, I was gonna say the magic word we're all looking for is a site selection consultant, and it's exceeding in any kind of like operational business. It isn't just sort of an office-based business. To use this, because you need somebody who can help you figure out, do I need a loading dock, or is just a ramp that can take a dolly sufficient? Do I need, what's that workflow going to look like that we're going to sort of operate in this space? What are the equipment requirements in the space, and what does that imply in terms of electrical support and that sort of thing? So, I can't imagine any organization of any sort of reasonable size with like a real operations focus, like a food pantry has, not using a professional on some level to help identify the right site. It's not the same as choosing an office building that's convenient to where your employees live or something like that. It's much more complex, and it would be pretty short-sighted, frankly, for them to sort of try to find a site without some professional support, from my perspective.
Thanks, Mark.
Just add quickly, it may be that when we say space, it could be shared space, not necessarily 100% dedicated space. So that's another advantage to the consultant, is kind of understanding what that is, how it could work. Might not fit with a veterinary clinic, I don't know.
Probably not.
That could go really badly.
Might.
Chris, did you have anything? Yes.
Yeah, well, Breaking Bad had that clinic that handled all the other stuff in the back.
That and more.
They can.
And funding would be taken care of.
Yes. And then some.
Did you just say that?
Next Monday, season finale. Better call Saul. Yeah, for me, like, I was in there donating detergent last week, and I can just tell you that you have to move. There's no room for anything in there. So I don't know if I just saved you some money there, but you don't have enough space for what's actually in there. There's a lot of stuff, and that's only what I saw.
there's a massive problem with the space that is right now. And so spoilage issues, there's the church issues, we can't continue in the same space that we're in.
Yeah. I guess my only hang-up is 15,000 seems high. I don't know what the space consulting business is charging nowadays. Maybe it's low, maybe it isn't. It just seems on the higher end to me. But I do like the fact that obviously the refrigerators can go wherever you end up going, and the gift cards just carry on with wherever they are too as well. So that's essentially my thoughts.
Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom? I don't think. Jeff, you okay?
Just thinking about this, I thank the food pantry for presenting this, and certainly these are some of our more vulnerable residents. So if I weigh this, I'm sensitive to Tom's comment that maybe 3 years is too long, but on the other hand, these are really vulnerable residents of the town. If I compare that against maybe the chamber's requests, really, I would struggle to say, oh, we should fund the chamber and not help out these really vulnerable residents.
Yeah, you could say that about Lacrosse too. I mean, that with the amount, I know that's a capital thing that we're building in the town, but I mean, that was a substantial amount of money for something that is, being played with, and this is people trying to eat, so it's difficult. All of our requests are meeting different needs, but so that's all I had to say. Anyone else on the board? So thank you for that updated information and for making your way here.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much for
it.
your consideration. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always sobering to hear about the needs of our fellow residents, but to me that's, the survey kind of, what if we think back to what our residents said in the survey? I know that helping people out was in there, recreation was at the top, but helping people out. So we are now at the point of revisiting the spreadsheet. I'm gonna have to deal on paper because my laptop may be losing battery. We did not get anything from Andrew to my knowledge. I asked him and he's still on vacation. So I guess he can't be a tiebreaker anywhere at this point. So as I indicated in the agenda, some of the past areas that we seem to have differences in, and the spreadsheet that's in here kind of showed to refresh us what all our numbers were. We've heard some things tonight that are gonna change our mind. I don't know if anything's gonna create more disagreement, but the areas that I identified before, we had water and sewer allocations differences, premium pay differences. I put down affordable housing and senior center just because there was one member, Mark, that put something that none of us did, and then
Actually, there are a couple of people.
yeah, so maybe it was that it was just you off the top of my head. I think maybe Joe also as well. And then we wanted more clarity from the food pantry, and I think it came too late to bring up the why, but I think just so the public knows too, because it'll be in the next packet, we got a lot of emails in support of what we heard from the Y at the last meeting. They're not on the agenda and I couldn't get them in. I didn't reach out to them if we had more questions about their idea that was, an idea for doing things, but maybe not as fleshed out as even like what we just heard now from the food pantry, like with exact numbers. But I wanted to put out there that even though we haven't officially responded to all of the emails, I think they're going to all, whether they're coming in through the RAC website with the form submit or individual emails to all of us. I think we've all seen like the dozen or more emails expressing it said support the Y proposal, but I think also what's coming out is this is a group that has a need, and the Y proposal was something that could meet that need. I don't know if rec or other things could meet that need, but I think I'll table that because I think the other areas we can probably go over in more detail, and maybe the Y is gonna come back with something more concrete by our next meeting. So does anyone wanna tackle a topic first? Mark?
Sure, I thought it might be helpful to explain a little bit about the items that I brought in that you kind of highlighted in terms of what's going on and why.
Okay, so why don't you take that, because those are, I just remember you distinctly
Yeah.
as there was an area in our spreadsheet that it was,
Yeah,
it's suggested by members, and those were a couple of them.
So I think folks probably have heard a little bit now about the possibility of something happening at the former Walgreens site that might be very interesting for a senior center. The town issued an RFP and got a proposal back, which is great, that would allow for what they proposed was long-term use, 10 years with extensions up to 20. It would go beyond that for a facility that's not quite 15,000 square feet, I think. We'll learn a little bit more about it pretty soon. But the notion here that I wanted to bring forward to the board members is that we are going to be looking at some very substantial capital projects, some of which are going to need to go to the taxpayers to get additional funding. And obviously there's discussion of the Killam School, there's discussion on a senior center, each of which likely is depending on what we're doing, it's going to take town meeting approval. In the case of something that's going to require something that we can't afford inside the operating budget, then we're going to have to go to the taxpayers as well. So the notion here was that if we could offset a big amount or a substantial amount of what might be involved in senior center activities, and when I say activities, I mean toward renting the property, or the select board under executive session is having other discussions, and there'll be additional discussions that come up at our next meeting. But this might be able to relieve some of that potential burden that is either going to be to town meeting and or to the taxpayers at some point. So the idea of using a chunk of ARPA funding to just kind of support that effort, I think is something that really merits consideration, because there are going to be some substantial activities. So that was the reasoning behind this kind of other senior center $1 million. The other is the affordable housing revamp. So the select board has been having discussions and following up from a town meeting instructional motion about changing how we approach affordable housing. We have kind of an antiquated structure, and it's been sitting there and not doing anything. And we have a big problem with affordable housing. So the select board is going to be reviewing a proposal in terms of how to create kind of an updated, newer structure. It's going to be actually on the agenda to talk about further at our meeting next week. That would kind of be a structure for how it works. Then the next piece is saying, okay, what are we able to do and how can we move forward? There's $450 plus or minus $1,000, I think, existing in the Affordable Housing Trust, plus or minus, something like that, which really isn't enough to do much of anything. And again, I think the ARPA funds could be a great opportunity to kind of augment that to a substantial level, getting close to $1 million. And it's another opportunity, like many of the others we're thinking about, where if it doesn't come out of ARPA funds, it's going to be a request of town meeting, and probably a request out of free cash. So I know these things are all related, and part of our role is to figure out kind of where the recommendations from ARPA funds should be. But as I kind of have talked about kind of since day zero, I think we have to be thinking about things very holistically as we figure out where our priorities are going to lie. And I bring it forward for that reason. I think that it merits consideration. It is a big, in my opinion, community priority. We heard it loud and clear at town meeting, and this is a chance to kind of act on it. So those are the reasons why kind of those two items are there. And for me, those are some pretty substantial dollar amounts in total. It's $1.5 million, basically. I mean, it's almost half of the remaining funds. And I really think that they're very high community priorities. They're going to impact a lot of people. They're going to impact folks who have been disadvantaged through the pandemic, already issues that we haven't particularly addressed well, and I just think they're important opportunities for us to be discussing. So that's why I brought them forward. As a result of it being $1.5 million, that means that some of my other numbers are going to be substantially lower than some other members thus far. And again, I think that as we go through, we're going to find that everything has great merit. We could easily spend $7, $10, $15 million if we had it, and we don't. So we're going to have to set some priorities from there.
Can I ask you about, with your $1 million for the senior center, we already allocated $300K for a design study. Is that still going forward? Why couldn't that $300K go towards a year and a half's rent of Walgreens if it's $18,000 a month? Wouldn't that be?
So I think of the 900 that's allocated, if it turned out that we came to some agreement with the folks, that it's the right structure and we could come to terms with an agreement, then some of that 900K could get used for this. Some of the 900K I think was envisioned for temporary space for a few years, and certainly we should tap that, absolutely. I don't view them necessarily as both. It's not a done deal in terms of what's going to happen. If we do anything at that location, I'm sure we'll have to do quite a bit of revamping of the space and paying for that. And I would think that we'll use some of the 300K to do that, absolutely.
So instead of a design study, well, some of correct me if I'm wrong, when we allocated the 900K for the seniors, there was 300 for the design study. Then there was 600, I guess, some for reducing costs of senior programs and then some for renting space. I don't know if it was for the senior center, but wasn't it for like church halls and things like this? No, I don't know that anyone, because the rent of Walgreens would be a substantial amount. I mean, I've heard the rumors $18,000 a month. I don't know if that's
So it
right.
is $18,000 a month for the first 9 years, and it's $36,000 a month going forward, year 10 and all the way through year 20.
It's not like a rent to buy option or.
We
don't know.
Talk about that one.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
We don't know what the opportunities will yet be.
Well, thank you for explaining those. I'm sure someone else has a thought on the board. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, to Mark's point, I understand that we've had $450,000 in the Affordable Trust Fund for like a decade, et cetera. The same could be said about Birch Meadow. And if I could do the affordable housing and the 1 million senior center thing beyond what we already did, or Birch Meadow, I'm picking Birch Meadow every single time. I think that we should spend $1 out of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund before we give it any more money. Me seeing $450,000 compared to $900,000 is identical. You're not building buildings with $900,000 or $450,000. I just think that there has to be a plan in place, the board has to get formed, et cetera, whatever is gonna have to happen and whatnot, and I'm more than certain that town meeting will kick in at least $1 million or something, allocate for that in the future, if there's a plan in place for something to be done with the money. The way that it stands now, nothing's been done and nothing guarantees that it's going to actually be done, other than us, wanting to do it now. And then the senior center, yeah, the $300,000 from that can come out. I just think it is a tall ask for $1.5 million more to come out of this and reduce everything else and just slash everything out of here. For me, it just doesn't sit well. I almost want to just revamp the $900,000 from the senior portion and see what we can do about, we can do X, Y, and Z instead of A, B, and C. Would you rather do this, et cetera? It's more of whatever you would be doing, Mark, just to square it away. But, it's just hard to go. I understand that it's warranted and needed, but to just spend $1 million more in ARPA money for it, just, I don't know.
Maybe it's the million isn't the problem, but the $1 million from ARPA is the problem.
Yeah.
Is there another source like town meeting?
No one's gonna have an issue spending $1 million to outfit a senior center or something, not in town meeting. I'll be all for that. Well, obviously, we're gonna go ahead and build a Killam school that's gonna affect a small portion of the population. It's the same thing for the senior center. I would be all for doing that. It's just the ARPA money is super limited. And for me, like I said, Birch Meadow's been sitting for a decade. I would rather have that if.
And then there's
if I
other,
was-
you know, like what we've heard tonight, not just from the food pantry, but even, I guess with a large, like, you know, we're gonna get to the premium pay discussion, I'm not trying to jump it, but there's a symbolic value that we all get back by supporting all of those employees in some way too, and it's not gonna even be close to $1 million, but it's an intangible benefit, but, you know, happier, appreciated employees give better service. So that's one way in recognizing what they did, I mean, just to balance out. And I think that there can be other sources for this. I don't wanna monopolize the conversation. Joe or Tom or Sean or Jeff, anyone wanna chime in?
I guess I'll go. I mean, I'm in a similar vein of thought as Chris is here. I mean, I think we should be looking at the 900,000 first before we start adding another million and saying, what can we do with the 900,000? What I heard loud and clear is we need activities. I don't know that I heard loud and clear that we absolutely need, a whole new everything else, right? Maybe I'm missing it, but I don't know that I see something that's concrete, absolutely has to put $1 million towards it right now. And I don't know that it's a benefit versus town, if we were to go do something with town meeting, if, let's just say, let's throw a number out there, say it's 10 million or whatever, if we end up doing something. Is 9 million versus 10 million gonna impact town meeting? No, you're still gonna go do a bond for that and away you go, right? And it's debt service at that point in time. $1 million doesn't impact that, right? It's a matter of, at that point in time, we're financing 10 million instead of 9 million. Doesn't make really much of a difference in that scheme of things. Whereas, we have some shovel-ready projects that have been on the shovel-ready list for years, that are well-designed, that are well-baked, that, many in the community have been asking for a long time. The survey said we need more recreation-related space, and Birch Meadow was right in the middle of that. So I think that hits, much more of the greater ask in my mind, and hits the immediacy and the readiness of the ARPA fund timeline as well. On the affordable housing side, I'm not as in the know as you two are, obviously, because you're in those conversations. But I have the same kind of inclination. Tell me how you're going to spend the 450 that's there before we talk about 500,000 more. And there is, a specific thing. We can't just put money into trusts, right? With ARPA, even with the government service thing, we still can't put money into trusts, right? So it has to go towards something, and that something is no tangible thing right now, right? So I have a hard time, saying that 500,000 is a usable money under this guideline. Sharon can correct me, but there is a pretty large exclusion at the end, even with the government services, that you can't put money into trusts or refurbishing certain things. So that's essentially what I hear you saying, Mark, and I think that's not even possible. And so unless there's a building that we're building, unless that this is going towards a capital project that we know what it is, that's not part of that trust, I don't even see how we could do it. And so my money was already in the Birch Meadow thing in the beginning. My money's still in the Birch Meadow thing. My other money's in the water. I think that's also a very well-known need. We heard about $5 to $6 to $7 million worth of water-related work, and this is a small amount of that over the next 2 years or whatever it is. That has material impact to every member of the community. We already hear about the rates of water, and if we don't contribute to the capital of that, it's just going to be more. I think that is a known need. It's a known deliverable, and it's a known number, right? I think those two things are substantially more baked than these two things, and in my mind speak to the survey responses and speak to the core foundation of what ARPA was for as well.
And it's not like we've neglected the seniors. I mean, they've already gotten 900,000. We've showed a substantial support, like not quite, a sixth of our money or whatever the fraction is. And plus they're residents who benefit from recreation, other than the schools, everything else we're spending it on also impacts all Reading populations. Joe, anyone else have any
Yeah, I guess
thoughts?
I actually agree with Tom, almost everything you said. The only clarification would just be the, I still have dealt with the parking lot, right? But okay, I'm anti-parking, when it comes to recreation space, like Birch Meadow tonight, coming here was packed, but there's plenty of places for people to park if they just want to walk a little further, but that would be my political commentary for tonight. So the, I'm definitely pro affordable housing. My concern there is just the same thing. Like, we haven't. Not that we couldn't spend. I'm glad we didn't spend the $450K unwisely, but like, I can still don't understand like how maybe I just need to get more educated, right? And like, what's being considered there. For the other $500K, and then for the million. But I'm trying to figure out like, how much do you have any thought in your mind? Like, how much is like rent? Like, so it's like $216,000 a year. So what's the allocation of the million? Are you thinking that it'd be like 3 years for?
So probably to refurbish the building, it cost close to $1 million just as a.
So you're not even thinking any of that would offset. So just that's just a $1 million guess.
But I mean, if to that end, if you're renting, you build that into the rent. We don't pay that; they pay that, and refurbish the space.
That's not what the offer is. Just to be clear.
So he's doing it 18,000 as is, and if we want to do something with it, we have to make it into something else.
That's what it says.
Okay, and then
we'll pay 36,000. I guess would be an option too. Yeah, look, obviously we can't get into negotiations and discussions, but there's going to be a substantial cost to the town to change, if we do something here, to change it from a drugstore into something that we're going to use. And it's 14,000 some odd square feet to do.
And obviously we would make a 20-year, we want to make a long-term commitment if we did that.
Yeah, so it's 10 plus renewals, I think 5 and 5.
Okay.
So max of 20. Or again, as the responses to the RFP, that's what they were.
But that's still, if it works for us, in combination with our building, it's still way less than getting a new space. I mean, it doesn't have a swimming pool, but we haven't surveyed, maybe there's only a few people who want a swimming pool. And we have swimming pools in town.
Jeff has his hand raised.
Yep, okay. Jeff?
Yeah, I wanted to also agree with what Tom was saying, and particularly the fact that town meeting voted on specific requests. I'm thinking particularly for the using ARPA funds for the water tower. That we clearly got a vote from town meeting members that they wanted us to spend the money there. With the affordable housing, we got sort of an instructional motion, right? That just said we want the select board, somebody to come up with some sort of a plan and come back to us with an actual number. So I don't feel like we should really go and allocate more money to that without fleshing it out and getting a bigger sense, another vote back from town meeting. But certainly Birch Meadow's been on there for a long time, and I agree with Joe. My thing with the parking is I hate the fact that it's always called the Imagination Station parking lot. It's like, here's where the imagination went to die and get feed over to the parking. And that was a great hot playground.
Drinking? What's going on? Jeff, you broke up about 10 seconds ago. Could you repeat what you just said? Oh my God.
It was hard. I moved here in 2000 though, and I remember it was like scary looking then. It was like the rest of the wood before it fell down.
Well, that's your quote for the meeting, where imagination went to die.
I'm sure that name changes. Could I just quickly?
I just want to make sure, Sean, do you have anything to add? Because you haven't spoken yet, then we'll go back to Mark.
Yeah, I mean, not in any particular order, I'll just comment on a few things that have been discussed. I wonder, so, Joe, I hear you in the parking lot. It's not exciting or sexy, per se. I do want to remember, though, that, like, the purpose is not about creating parking. The purpose is about creating accessible, safe parking and also managing stormwater, right, which is an issue there. So, I think we have to keep that in mind, that's probably the bigger benefit. I think the actual number of parking spots is pretty close to a wash at this point, based on the new schematic. The second thing, I initially slotted, I don't know, 100-something thousand for affordable housing. I kind of have the same sense as everybody else. I think it's sort of premature to do that. For my own allocation, I might still sort of like have a holdback for things like that just need a little bit more time to come to fruition. But the select board is, actively having that discussion about how to sort of, invigorate the affordable housing process. So it does feel a little bit premature for me to sort of, land on a number and make a specific recommendation. And then, yeah, I think those are the main couple things I wanted to sort of respond to. I guess the one other thing is, I hear you, Jeff. You talked about the town meeting, vote. I'm reminded that it was I'm reminded that we've already allocated, not 2 million. We've already allocated, a good chunk of funding for sort of water and sewer related issues. I'm also reminded that, that feels to me like a perfect use of our substantial free cash position, which will still be substantial, even if we, fund a couple $1 million for Killam and some of the other things that are coming. So, I'm just reminded that we're somewhere about 2.5 times what the FinCom policy requires for reserves at this point. So we've got a pretty significant buffer to invest in some of these things that are well overdue for investment. I view ARPA as an opportunity to fund a lot of the needs, obviously, that emerged out of the pandemic, but also to fund some things that are that will be really substantially really important for the sort of the quality of life for residents of Reading. That may be a little bit more difficult to get through sort of the normal funding processes than things like water infrastructure, which generally sails right through town meeting. So I'd love to that's kind of where I landed, and I'm personally still in the same spot I was last time, where I'd allocate something there, but probably a smaller number than some of the others had suggested.
Okay, and I know, Mark, you wanted to respond.
So, Sean, thanks. You said a lot of what I was going to say, so I really appreciate that. But let me say thank you and a couple of other things. So at first, I'm in agreement with you folks and supporting Birch Meadow. That is part of what I've suggested already as well. But it does relate also to community initiatives that I think make sense, and we need to look at some of those. To your point also, are all these things fully baked? No. And the holdback idea is a pretty interesting one in terms of thinking about it. But over the next 3 months, a lot of things are gonna probably move forward. And so that's one of the reasons why I want to think this. There was a question about, for seniors, just activities, and I would just resoundingly say no. There's a huge hue and cry for space, which is the reason why there's a committee looking at space. There are town meeting motions. It most certainly is for both. It's activities and space. As it relates to just one thing on water, just to be clear to everybody, we can't really mitigate much of water rates. It's like saying we're going to hold down food prices. We can't do that. So we have been allocating reserves to the extent that we can to moderate some of the rate changes. But I think the water activities really are for capital projects that we need to do. We have to do it. The question is going to be how we fund them. Is it going to come out of ARPA money? Is it going to come out of asking town meeting for it? Is it going to come out of free cash versus, only from an operating point of view we can support it? And then last but not least, on the question on the water tower, Jeffrey. So again, that decision isn't town meetings in terms of how to pay for it. Town meeting decided they wanted the tower, and it's going to happen. How that is going to get paid for, right now we've done some short-term borrowing that has to be either made long-term or figure out how to liquidate it in another way. And right now I don't think we've been, as a group, have been talking about that to this point. So the other activities, also came through loud and clear as folks, let's get our act together on these. And I think a plan is in fact exactly what we need in terms of how we want to do all these things and orchestrate them, because we got a lot of moving parts here.
Mark, I'm gonna respectfully disagree with that last part, right? I mean, yes, it is fully in the realm of select board to choose whether to fund according to how town meeting suggested or not. The town meeting resoundingly asked select board to fund quite a bit of it with ARPA funding, right? And so we seem to be selectively choosing what town meeting's saying in saying, well, town meeting said, go figure out our affordable housing. Town meeting said via instructional motion, go figure out maybe renting space or things like that for a senior center. We can't do that and not say town meeting didn't, said resoundingly, go figure out how to, use a lot of the ARPA money to handle this water thing. So we just have to be really careful, right, about that on both sides.
But respectfully, the town meeting fund, the ARPA funding is distinct. It is not town meeting funding. It is for this group to make recommendations. It's for the select board to make decisions. To date, we have put 0 for the water tower in any of our recommendations here. So if that was something that people felt very strongly about it, I would suggest we need to kind of rethink that. But before we rethink that, I don't think that's the right way to use the ARPA funds. I really don't. I think that it's basically saying, hey, we have some ARPA money, let's use it. We've demonstrated already huge community needs that we'd have to cut them back dramatically if we were going to pay for the water tower $2 million. And I really don't think that's what we want to do. And I think we've all been talking about seeing these pockets of need that we want to be able to fund. And they need to be kind of above and beyond and different from the traditional mechanism.
But we could do all of them and the water tower if we weren't trying to also include $1 million towards a senior center. I mean, I think a lot of our allocations kind of hit a lot of what our first round, most of us gave us a good amount towards the water infrastructure, which was like a key named ARPA purpose to the feds and in view of what town meeting said. But a lot of our initial allocations, I think we were, a couple of things we weren't giving everything, but I was surprised at how much we were able to do. But I know you have a thought with other large allocations, and we're just making recommendations. But I don't know if we can do it all, but we can do a little bit of a lot of it and get a few real things done that will be tangible, like Birch Meadow. So.
I think the other, just to that last thing, Mark, is, water, it's town water and sewer. That's what the line is. It doesn't say, town, only underground water and sewer. That's part of town water and sewer, right? And how select board and Fidel decide if we recommend as the ARPA group to say give 1.35 of which is left of the request, that could be towards the water tower. It could be towards, sewer under the ground, right? But it doesn't say, only under the ground or, in my thinking, and it sounds like in Jeff's thinking, he was thinking, the greater water and sewer, and yes, by the way, town meeting said, please try and spend up to $2 million on the water tower from the ARPA funds, right? So it doesn't say, don't do water tower with that line item.
Yeah, town meeting probably didn't know, we're gonna throw in 1.7 million of rec, which is like another big expense, or 2 million of schools. Like at the time, town meeting just saw the 7, I think. I'm not trying to guess, but I think that with the view in mind, the 2 seemed reasonable, but now we've seen all these other things. So maybe the town
We'll see
meeting
where
might
we end
choose
up,
differently.
right?
Yeah, Chris, you wanna say something?
Yeah, I'm semi-agreement with Mark-ish, not Fidel-ish kind of scenario. It's up to 2 million, I understand that includes 0. I guess my only good thing is I left myself a $700,000 buffer that I can afford to spend some money with that, but then, there was a bunch of line items that I had 0 because the teachers didn't come in, etc. So that kind of stuff is gonna get eaten with that. So it is hard, like, would I rather see Birch Meadow with a water tower? Birch Meadow. Would I rather see people compensated for all the work that they did or the water tower? I probably lean towards compensating the people. That's just.
I mean, the water tower is happening anyway.
It's happening anyway, and it's difficult to semi go against town meeting, even though it's up to 2 million, and you could just say, I gave it $1, I covered my bases. So I do think that in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't all of this stuff in front of them. There's no way they'd say spend 2 million on the water tower with the 85 pages of stuff that you have on an Excel spreadsheet. There's just no way. So I don't know where I sit with that. Like I said, I have some money to play with, and you know, whatever it is, it's not gonna matter. It's not gonna be enough for everybody. So
Anyone on the Zoom?
I'll just rebut my friend here to the right. I think there's plenty of way, right? There's mandatory costs and there's optional costs. Water sewer stuff, we're gonna spend it. We have to spend it, right? And you may think that's okay, well, that means we can go to town meeting for it. That's probably true, right? And to a degree we already have. But we have to spend that money. We don't have to spend some of these other things. They're optional. And so we have to think about that as well. Being good stewards of this is not an endless pile of money that we have here. Even when we throw in free cash, and when we talk about the inflation and we talk about, Sharon had a pretty dour look on that, for FinCom a little while ago.
Yeah, free cash really
Right,
needs to, as Jeff will attest, it needs to supplement our budget for a few years.
We need to be really careful that we don't just say, all these things we have to spend money on, and then we're gonna throw a bunch of optional things on top of that may not be sustainable as spends as well. And I think we have to be cautious, very cautious in those regards.
I think that's exactly the job that we're involved with as elected and appointed officials of the town. That's our responsibility to guide that, to work with Fidel to make all this happen. And part of that has to have some vision going forward as to what we want Reading to be, how we support all the different activities. And each of us will come at it with a different frame, and that's great. That's kind of why there are multiple people here to do that. But I don't think there are a lot of you have to do this with the money. I think the world, if ARPA wasn't there are a lot of projects that would go on anyway, and some of them would get postponed and we'd begrudge it. ARPA is giving us an opportunity to explore those and maybe get them done. I don't want to say jump them ahead in line, because in most cases I think it's not. I think it's an opportunity to do what needs to be done. Without ARPA, we might have said, you know what, you still have to do it, figure it out, go to town meeting and look at free cash and all these other pieces. ARPA is an opportunity, and I think we just should be wise, not in let's do only little bits of everything. I'm not sure that's the best approach. I also agree that it's not let's just put every bit of money into water and sewer as a number of our neighbors have. We have the need. I'm sure you can spend every penny. It's in the capital plan, in fact. We could spend every penny. But it's kind of scheduled in my view. I think we're gonna get there. The only concern is, do we have another Walker's Brook? It happens faster than we anticipated. That the reserves have, that's a drag. That's why we're trying to work through this. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'll just add in one thing from the audit committee the other day that I thought was interesting. I learned, and maybe others already knew, but I didn't know. Part of the reason why we're AAA rated is because so much of our debt is paid off in 10 years. If we start throwing optional things in here and the debt then has to be 15 years or 20 years to fund, our AAA rating is now going to be impacted. We know that's going to happen with Killam. We know that's going to, we don't know. We hope the community supports Killam, and that will be a 15 or 20 year bond, probably at least. But then how many other things do we need to throw out for longer term debt? Will then impact our rating, which impacts our debt cost, which impacts the overall budget related things as well. So I think the more that we could pay the known expenses, the things we know we have to do with this, the more we can control those things that have to be longer term debt and keep more in that 10-year range and keep the AAA rating where it needs to be, which keeps our rate lower, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So I want to be really cautious that we just think about some of those things that we know we have to spend. And I'm stumping more for water and sewer than the two select board members, which is very interesting. But I think that's something that is a known debt that could come really quickly on us, and we have to be careful about.
The only thing I would add on top is I view that a new facility to take care of our seniors is not on the optional list. It's on the required list. And it could involve capital or not, we'll see. But to the extent that we can help mitigate that, that may be an opportunity.
Or some might say we've already started towards mitigating some of it with what we've already allocated. But Do we wanna move on to any other topics, or are we still talking water? Do we wanna discuss premium pay? Or put that up, because I think everything's fresh in our minds, what we heard. And I think that was, if I look back at where we were on that, and that's clearly, it's not a mandatory thing, right? It's an optional thing, it's an allowable thing. But we had very different views before, and it would have been interesting to hear Andrew's view, because I think, well, there was, most of us came in with something. I know, Joe, you came in at a 0, because I think, well, I don't wanna speak for you. You gave us reasons before. Do you wanna refresh us? Like, do you still, after hearing tonight, do you still stand by your 0?
Yeah, it just comes down to like resource priorities, like I'm definitely like, grateful for what, everyone that presented tonight, first responders. I just have from the beginning thought of like ARPA. I know that's like, there's a possibility that you can use money that way, but I just look at some of the things that we were just talking about, whether it's water, whether it's like, the senior center, Birch Meadow, like it's investing in the community for the future. And I feel like, I'm not trying to take, what folks did and may have to do again in the fall for granted. I don't know, like, I just think there's a lot of people that went through like hardships in, the private sector too, right? And, weren't compensated, right? So I'm not trying to be, mean-spirited here. I'm just trying to
Like
rationalize it like in my mind, And I know I'm probably like an outlier here, and I've only been able to find like, there's 36 towns that I've been able to find that so far in Massachusetts have put money against like first responders, right, from ARPA fund allocations, right? I'm not saying that we want to be, maybe we want to be better than that, right? And maybe I can be convinced, right? But I also talk to people in town that don't, they'd be much more supportive of some of the other things that we're talking to tonight, So again, I'm that's where I am at least. So.
And I think also with the premium pay, I'm just like trying to think of what numbers we've gotten from some of the unions. So we have 385 teachers, 115 paras, 13.
103 fire, police and fire.
103 police and fire, 13 secretaries, and I don't know, there was then the DPW at town.
That's 100.
That's another 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The last point there is like.
But it's gonna be a small token thing, the numbers I had guesstimated like 800 employees, but that's gonna be too short.
Maybe that should be part of the conversation then, is how do we wanna to do this? Does the board as a whole agree to the peanut butter approach and just spread it around? Or do we, wanna think about it in a more surgical approach? And figure out if it's by month or by week, in person working or something else along those lines, that maybe helps figure out how to, I'll say, more equitably, spend that money. Because I do view that as part of the equity equation is when they were in. Not everybody does, and I understand that because there are other things people were doing. But for me, that's part of it. So maybe the conversation here isn't. Well, I guess I'm jumping to a conclusion a little bit because Joe is the only one who didn't put anything in the bucket. So looking at the rest of the 7 of us, there's some degree of money in that bucket for the rest of the 7 of us. So is there a way that we can say maybe the action, subcommittee of the committee or something, 2 of us or something, go away and come back with a recommended model or 2 that the committee can then discuss, go through substantively and say this is suitable, right? We can get behind this as an allocation routine or something else along those lines. And maybe it should be a couple of us that are on opposite sides of the equation. So if we can come to an agreement about what would be suitable appropriately to that model, then maybe we can move that ball forward as opposed to continuing to go round and around and around and around about how we want to do it.
Yeah, it seems like a model that's very complicated that has all these factors, you've gotta explain that. I mean, I think there's ways to approach it, but with what you have, do we all agree, and I asked also the people on Zoom, like some top level number that's gonna be somehow divided, whether it's by, you call it peanut butter approach or a model, like we came up, the average that was here was 599,000, which just feels high. You know, there's a lot of people, but it still feels high to me. I mean, do we pick a number and say, okay, well, however we divide it, we have 500K or 300K or 800K. I mean, I'm not really sure. If we all agree if most of us are in agreement and it's subject to the select board, or do we just start with the model? Because the model could result in all $3 million going to this.
The model that built right will give you options,
Yeah.
right? The model that built right will give you, right.
It has to
Give
have
you a way to say,
it has to
okay,
have
if
a
we,
not greater than number, right?
right, or something, right? You know, it doesn't have to be a solver model, or you could certainly build a solver model if you want to. This is how much we have, and I'll spread it appropriately. That's one way to do it, but you could definitely do, you know, 1, 2, 3 different options that get you to 600, 300,000, 600,000, 900,000, or something like that, right? And then we can figure out how the rest of it, depending on how much we have left at the end, we can put in that bucket. If that's one approach to do here. The other approach is to say this is the anchor number, and then everything else adjusts, right, based upon whatever anchor number we agree to as a result of this calculation here.
All right, Mark.
I think one of the discussions is kind of how much slicing and dicing there's going to be. I think we've heard some discussion that a few categories is going to make the most sense. We had some other discussions of being a bit more I think surgical was the word, but a lot of precision, and different theories behind both. That may be a good place to start the discussion, is to kind of think those through a little bit. But I could see a model that kind of comes back and we call it a solver model. But I think the essence here would be, how many different groupings are there? What might it look like? Is time a factor that goes into it? We heard a lot about time today. We got some interesting feedback, I think, from my perspective, from the RTA and kind of that structure. We think about that, and then we could kind of figure out how that fits to a number or an approach. I think that I'm more comfortable with that than kind of saying, well, let's just say it's X for this category, X dollars for this category, Y dollars for that category, Z for the third. Boom, it comes back at $1.5 million. That's where I don't think that's going to be productive. I think that's not.
Well, it depends what you call the category. If like the categories were time and in the building base, which seemed to be what the unions to me were coming across with, because that's what they were. Maybe they were responding to my questions. But if we just said, okay, anyone who worked for the town who was in person, and then maybe I'm biased because I'm thinking of my model, between the start of the pandemic, March, and some date, we're going to treat you all equally, whether you're a teacher, a cop, cafeteria worker, because you were all here. We're not going to weigh how many hours you worked. You were here, you were in person. And then, but there were a clear group of people that weren't. So you were here, and then the rest of the people who weren't, now you're all here. Like, I at least can see those two divisions in my mind, but I'm getting ahead. I know Chris wanted to say something.
Yeah, thanks, Marion. I think the easiest way to simplify this, and before I forget to Joe's point, if ARPA wasn't primarily focused on giving pandemic pay, I would agree with you that, this would be on the back burner as opposed to other priorities in town. But since it was built somewhat into both definitions of it, I kind of have to favor that portion. But thinking of this in simplistic terms, I don't think we have to divvy up money, et cetera, to come up with that. I think the easiest way is to come up with the formula on how we're going to approach how we're going to end up getting to that point. So I'll explain. If we came up and said March until September is one period, and then September to March is another, and then you very simply just say the first group, March to September, every single one of these groups, if they were in person, they're splitting whatever we come up with for the number. And that's just for that block. And then you have the other block, which is September to March of following year. If you worked at all, you can just assign it that we'll come up with this number for that. So essentially what it's doing is the people that were in the buildings March to September and whatnot are all into this one figure, and then you have the rest. And there's no finicking around every other weekend, every other day someone was in there, etc. You're in the second group. The first group, they were all in, here's this. The second group, you're all part of that one, if you were.
That's how I originally proposed it, but now we're also hearing with the lower paid employees, do they get extra weighting? Because we know there's some categories and we don't know all of the salaries, because we kind of know the paras gave us something.
But you have an idea of a weighting, right? You can easily say that, I mean, paras maybe a quarter, maybe a third from a salary perspective versus say.
Of a teacher,
Yeah, I mean, they're.
Cafeteria workers, I would say, were probably
Total pay
low paid.
perspective, I mean, it's a pretty low number relatively. The same thing with cafeteria workers, custodians, whatever, but you could put in a gradient of some sort that says, and that is also part of the original ARPA guidance, is pay the lower paid employees, more in this case. So I think we can look at that guidance relatively straightforward and say, yes, technically we don't have to follow it because we went down this governance path, but there's a reason why it was written the way it was. And why do we think we're smarter, frankly, right? That the way it was written is pretty clear. And if we're able to look at that and say, okay, well, let's figure out how we fit things into this model. I liked Chris's original, when Chris was saying 6 months, I think that might have even been one of the original things I threw out as well. Today changed my mind a little bit, right, in that regard. And then I thought it was cleaner than it is based on today. And I'm now more in the month or week type formula than I am in the 6 month type formula.
But can they give us the data?
You can approximate it pretty closely based on the numbers we heard today. For at least that, we have to ask, DPW what they did and a few other people. We have to ask the custodians what they were doing. But for the most part, you could approximate it pretty closely. It's not going to be perfect. Nothing's going to be perfect. We're not going to try to hit perfect, right? But we shouldn't let, our ability to get better mean that we don't want to get better, right? I think I'm envisioning something that's relatively simple, but everybody's going to look at it like it's complex, but I don't think it's very complex in my head. But I think we can come up with something that says, this is when they're working is what we paid for.
Do Jeff and Sean want to add to the conversation? Because I couldn't get Zoom to work, so I'm just.
Sean's got his hand up.
Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, so Tom, I'll challenge you a little bit on that because, you made the valid point that, we can't sort of pick and choose how much we pay attention to what town meeting said. I would also say we probably shouldn't pick and choose how much we're going to lean on those original ARPA guidelines here because I don't recall, and I can't find, I was just searching for it, I can't find anywhere where it suggested that you pay lower income employees more.
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. 100%.
It talks about a cap for low and moderate income employees.
It said to prioritize them.
To prioritize.
Yeah, exactly, but prioritizing in the sense of I think there was a cap that was like total wages are 150% of the prevailing wage for that role or something like that. So that creates complication when you talk about some of our overtime eligible employees. Are you going to really cut the data and go look at officers who work more details than others and thus are at a higher pay rate? Are you going to then exclude them? That's an issue. I think the other issue is the nowhere in any of that guidance did it delineate between sort of how much working with the public you did. The eligibility was around. You're in one of these critical sectors, education, public safety. A lot of all those ones we're talking about being relevant. I think you're in one of these critical sectors, and you did work during the public health emergency, which certainly extended into 2021. I think, I don't know, when did that, earlier this year? Is it even over technically? I'm not sure. But it certainly extended through 2021 during the public health emergency in a role that involved, regular sort of face-to-face interaction with the public, right? Which again applies to all these people. So I keep coming back to the same place where we are setting ourselves up for failure to try and cut this too finely, and it's a little bit artificial to like cut it finely on some dimensions, but then ignore the nuances on other dimensions. You know, like the relative risk among people in that public safety pool, for instance, like the relative amount of public interaction that some of those individuals might have had. Like it's not a it's not a consistent. What the suggestions I'm hearing don't sort of suggest a consistent sort of application of that nuanced approach, and I keep coming back to the goal here is to sort of recognize that most of our town staff on both the town and school side made significant sacrifices of one form or another during this time to recognize them in a way that we all recognize this, that we all acknowledge as sort of like token in some sense. It's not ever going to be enough. If we were talking a much larger pool of money and we were really trying to figure out, how much do you deserve, then sure, it would make a ton of sense to sort of cut it, right? It's hard for me to argue that any of these people we're talking about deserve less than, say, $1,000 or whatever most of the numbers we're looking at would result in. So, I keep coming back to, I'd really like to start from a place where we just sort of say, these are the criteria to be eligible, and if you're eligible, you're getting some dollar amount, and not trying to cut it too finely. And then just one other comment is, and Tom, you were alluding to this as well. Just a thought, Marianne. We're gonna go round and round in circles, sort of approaching it this way. I think we need to figure out how are we going to get this to a decision point. And so maybe something like Tom suggested, where we think about sort of two competing theories of how to approach this, and just put them in a bake-off, and let us vote on those, and then sort of move forward with something as a starting point. It doesn't mean we can't backtrack or change course, but we just might need to get to a place where we're, getting a pulse of the group on sort of where the energy is heading.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I guess I thought, well, after hearing things tonight, I think, I know I was one of the people that said, well, there's a difference between, remote teaching and a fire responder carrying a person with COVID out of a building. But, hearing the perspective of the close exposure that a lot of the staff had was helpful to me. I mean, I guess if we say people want to go off and come up with a formula, I still think there was a couple of unions that we don't have a head count on, the AFSCME union. So we probably
Custodians and the DPW.
we probably need to
Cafeteria
get,
workers.
I don't know if we can get that from the town. It would be good to get that final head count just to know, because I think whatever formula you have, you kind of need to know.
Approximated 100.
But that was just they approximated.
We need more content.
Yeah, no, this was just my approximation based on what we heard, so.
So I mean, can I just quickly address,
Yeah.
Sean's point? I mean, Sean, I think I'm closer to you than you think I am, right? I'm not going to terrible fine grain. Maybe I am going to weak, and some people aren't going to weak. But other than that, I'm not. And if you're in, you're in. Not, that's the grain I'm at, right? I'm not at, did you, contact certain people? Did you work overtime? Did you not work overtime? And I guess the other grain I have is kind of some proportion of salary scale type thing to give a little bit of a benefit more towards our lower paid, employee sets. So those are my three categories as I think it through. Overall, I'm not cutting it much more finely than that. And I think there's a way to get to a relatively simple calculation and simple formula, but that accounts for a lot of the related things that this committee overall has talked about in terms of trying to make it simple, but accounting for certain things as well.
Can I just offer too that in this instance, going with a flat model inherently has that sort of progressive thing that I think folks are looking for from a low income perspective, right? I mean, $1,000 means a lot more to somebody who's making, 35 or 40,000 than it does somebody who's making 80 or 100,000. It's just
Cut your 1,000. We can't do it 1,000.
Before people start locking in, I don't think that's in the realm of possibility with north of 800 people.
Yeah, that's
So I don't
already,
think that's
it's already
realistic.
more than our money. I mean,
I fit in 904,000, Chris fit in $1 million, so it's certainly within the realm of possibility depending on what we do with the other budget.
but it depends on the number of people, and I think.
But that's not even, the average wouldn't support that.
Understood, the average wouldn't support it, but again, we've not finalized any of $2.5 or $3 million that's sort of remaining to be allocated here, so I don't know that it's not within the realm of possibility because doesn't fit in any given individual's current model, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but can I suggest instead of potentially setting expectations, let's do the work first. Let's take a look, let's see what the opportunity looks like, and then we'll talk about where it goes from there. I'm just concerned that latching onto a number is gonna be exactly that, gets latched onto and maybe it stops some other project from going. And we're not to the point to do that yet. That's more us kind of negotiating through or figuring out, what people are gonna be willing to vote for.
And I think also, I was trying to find the Reading Daily Times Chronicle brief article that I think the firefighters spoke to them, but they may have also sent a letter to us. I don't think, at this point, I felt like those unions that came to us first, they had proposed that amount, but I think the amount isn't as much as the symbolism of it, whatever it is, and I think the teachers kind of said they just want to be treated fairly. They weren't looking for particular amounts. So even if all we could come up with was, and I'm making this up, like $200 a person, just because we have other things, but the fact that they were all treated on equal footing and recognized, it's not a lot. I don't know if it's insulting, but it's a recognition and it's a being treated fairly. But there's a big difference between, 1,000 people at 200 each and 1,000 people at 1,000 each, so. Go ahead,
Fair
Chris.
is an interesting word.
I would just like to add that I said it before and I will say it again. There's a clear delineation between working and going into places where people may or may not have had COVID and then the people that did not. And for anyone to think that there isn't a delineation, if I had COVID right now, would you sit next to me? And if the answer to that is no, then how can you not think that there's not a clear delineation between them? Because there was a good chance that, or a concrete chance that these people, firefighters going into houses for people that had COVID, like you're going in knowing you have it. And as I sit here today, nobody in this room, I wouldn't even sit next to my own self if I had COVID right now. There is a clear difference between the two. And that's why I think that the March to September and September to March thing, in just one bucket gets everyone who was in person, and then the other one is everybody else. And then if we want to have a scaling thing, I think maybe you could go like 10% more for the lower income workers and just bump it up that kind of way. It seems very basic, but nothing will ever change my mind on a clear delineation between the two. Anybody that was in there that risked getting COVID, cafeteria, police, fire, whoever it is, you went into this building, you touched a doorknob, you should qualify.
Well, the teachers are saying the kids were not keeping their masks on, they were doing, the secretary doing the test.
But they fit into that, every single person.
It's a lot of.
So you don't have to say that there's overtime,
So you two
there's
wanna do the
details.
formula? Who wants to, we clearly know Tom's gonna do it, who wants to be the other point of view with Tom?
I would nominate Sean.
Sean?
Let the two school committee members go away.
My model's pretty easy. The total divided into some number we'll need to sell on.
So we've got the brutalism and the.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, that sounds like a good pairing.
I think, based on what I heard tonight, that number is probably, a little north of 700. I think we're talking a little, maybe just over 500 on the school side, 115, I think it was, for first responders. And I know we need a better estimate, but let's go with the 100 estimate now for that second tranche. I mean, I think that leaves you, with just a little over 700 people, and in terms of how that would apply. Again, it's going to come down to what this committee is willing to allocate. I feel like a number like, I'm not saying this to say it's an anchor, but I feel like a number like 1,000 feels like, you know, meaningful enough to not just be a token, right? I don't want to just give somebody, you know, a nice gift card to a restaurant. So that to me feels like a number that's appropriate. It's still less than 10% of our total ARPA allocation. You know,
Look at it as a percentage of what's left, though. We've already allocated, we've got like 3.5 million left, so now it's a fifth of what's.
That's fine, but I don't know that that's relevant because we're only talking about this now that $3.5 million, $4 million have been allocated, right? Like, you know, if we take a step back, and say we were granted $7.6 million in ARPA funding, and this is one of the things that was clearly delineated in the original intent of the ARPA funding, is it appropriate to allocate something like 10% to it? To me, the answer is clearly yes, right? And, you know, and I could make an argument for something more. You know, and that directionally gets you to somewhere around $1,000 per person that I think would be eligible if we had a relatively flat approach. Now, if the committee, you know, if the committee's take is that we should do some scaling and whatever, then maybe it's the same number and some people get 800 and some people get 1,200, you know, I don't know, wherever we land. But at a high level, that number, you know, that kind of number feels appropriate to me. And it doesn't seem like it feels out of whack to the committee based on the average, you know, 600K or so that folks allocated in the first round.
Honestly, I'm not that actually far off from that. Mine was slightly different, like thinking like $25 a week or something like that based on when they were in. And, you know, it comes pretty much close to that 1,000 number. But I mean, it could be updated a little bit where if you're on the lower end of the scale, it's 30. If you're on the higher end of the scale, it's 20 and it adjusts slightly. But it's not very far off the total number that he's talking about. And then it's based upon the weeks you're in, right? And that drastically adjusts things if you think about it from that perspective. If I'm saying I'm in for a whole year, that's one thing. If I'm in for, you know, technically 3 months of the year, that's another thing, right? And that totally adjusts and frankly, it gives us a little bit more flexibility in terms of what the total number is as well. But we can potentially adjust, you know, those numbers. I'm not very far off that total number from Sean either, and I don't think the committee as a whole is very far off that total number from Sean either. You know, you said 600,000 as a rough average. There are a couple of people that are way over, and there's a couple of people way under, and you know, if we got Joe off as zero, that number becomes 700,000.
The problem with that number though is that nobody had the Reading teachers in there, the ASME, the police fire dispatch, like looking at it.
People had sub allocations, Chris. If you look through some of that, there were notes that people had like other described. That's where people kind of put those buckets in, without saying, you know, I don't, because we didn't have hard numbers for some of those things. But like I put in that other section.
I don't think we'll ever get the.
Some just had a bottom line number and didn't do any allocation to the cohorts as well. So you know, I'm in total agreement with everything you just said, Tom.
Yeah, I think. In some sense, I think we are coalescing a little bit, but I think we just want to be careful. So now we've kind of argued we have to do certain things, and some things are optional, and then we're trying to prioritize some of the optional things. So we're at the end of the day, we're going to decide what we're going to do. That's the way it's going to work out. We're going to decide what we think is most important. I agree with Marianne. Whatever we do, whether it's the number that's being suggested or it's a different number that's higher or lower, it doesn't represent the value that people brought. It represents what we're able to allocate from the ARPA funds as a concrete thank you, or what we're willing to allocate from that. If we take the number up a bunch from there, it means other things are going to fall off the plate. And that's where I think we have to make some decisions about representing the entire community and how we're doing this.
I agree with you on that, because this is something, I know the community values it all, but does the community say, yes, we already knocked off half the ARPA money and now take a fifth of the total for something that is not, it's rewarding past work done. I know it's showing appreciation, but hey, how come we don't have this Birch Meadow and this water stuff, and what about the food pantry and cutting down more trees, you know, all of the things that came to us. Go ahead, Chris.
How about, I'll just throw it out there. Can we agree that Sean and Tom will hash it out?
Yep, I wrote that
come
down.
Up with something, and are we all comfortable with allotting at least 10% of the ARPA funds for them to come up with something? And then they'll present it to us and we'll see what happens. Does that seem
I think you're bringing
fair?
two things together that
Yeah,
don't need to
because
be
I think
together.
you're prioritizing in rank order.
But I'm just asking,
I
like,
agree with the first part, but yeah, the 10% is I'm struggling too.
But that's only comes down to the 700,000, whatever, that we're already at the
700,
average.
It could be, but why don't we just kind of
Well, we'll
see
just have
how
them
it
do
works?
it, and we'll hash it
How
out,
about
come
the
up with a
10%
formula.
can that be a not to exceed? But let's see if.
See, I don't even think
We're negotiating a number.
Yeah.
Why?
I guess we want to, I think we all
Well, I'm
agree
only
we wanna
going
do
off the
something, it's just how much.
So I mean, if
So
you
the
look,
average
if
is
you,
591.
if you look at it, you know, there are.
I know, if
that's-
you include that, we don't know what Andrew would have allocated because he didn't put his thing.
And I would have allocated more than my zeros on a bunch of things.
Well, I mean, you did the other, Chris. You did
Yeah,
million as
that's-
other. It covers everything, right? So, 4 of the 6 of us that voted, that put money in this bucket, are in that 700,000 number plus, right? The 2 that are not are Marianne and Mark, who were saying that's too much, and then you have, you know, Joe.
I
that
was
said
coming in at around
nothing.
500, I
He's
think.
saying it's too much
420
also.
is what you came in. You came in as 420, right?
It depends on the number of people, 420 divided by how many people.
Right, but your number that you have in there
I meant
now-
$500 per person times, 800 people or whatever, however many, I may have too many people.
See,
So-
I'm not trying to oversimplify, but I think if you came up with this magic formula, right, then you come back and we have this discussion and say, what is the right number? Is it 5%, 10%, 15%, right?
The formula will allow you to do that.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it will make this conversation much easier, right? Because we'll have a good count on the, the number of people, and then how you could scale it up or scale it down. I don't know, maybe I'm oversimplifying.
We haven't heard from Jeff, so I'd like to hear your thoughts too.
He's gonna yell again.
Yeah, I mean,
Imagine.
I had actually picked the 10%, that's what my number was on the spreadsheet, was the 10% of the original funding. And I had not figured out how to divvy it up. I do like cutting it down to, working, by month, not a 6-month block, but a month, maybe a week. That seems a little bit, putting it a little too finely. But definitely, the fact that there were some teachers and special ed that were working in the summer and many teachers that were not, I'd like to see that recognized. Maybe it's $25 a week, maybe it's $50 a month, or $100 a month, depending. And then, we can look at that. Maybe it's $50 a month, or maybe that, maybe it's $100 a month if we look at that and say, yeah, that's not crowding out too many of the other priorities that we have. But a simple formula like that says, if you were working during this month in person, then you get credit for this block amount.
Sean still has his hand raised. Is that on purpose, Sean, or?
Yeah, I mean, I was just Mark, you made a comment, there are things that are required and things that are sort of optional and, or nice to have. This one's not explicitly required, but and I don't say this as a judgment on the position of those that aren't sort of as excited about this. I view this as sort of morally required, right? Like, if I think about many public sector or many private sector employees, employers, did things to support their employees, did meaningful things to support their employees during this time, right? Like, I'm fortunate to work for a company that gave us an extra week of COVID relief time that could be used, like literally if you're just like overwhelmed by things, take a day off, right? I got a gift card in the mail when I tested positive for COVID and told them, right? So for DoorDash or something. So like these are our employees. These are our town's employees. They keep this town running. They provide incredible service to us. I think we all feel pretty good about the service levels from most of our town departments, and they certainly didn't trail off during COVID, and they all made huge sacrifices of one form or another. Chris, you talked about it, just kind of coming in contact with folks that may very well be exposing you to COVID just so you can do your job on behalf of the town. I really view it as a moral imperative for us to find a way to fund something meaningful here. I know it sounds like we're coalescing around that, but I just wanted to sort of say that out loud because I'm not comfortable with like sort of just waving it off as like, let's do something sort of token so that they feel nice. I think we need to get to a number that's meaningful, and the math sort of works out for me that a nice round number, like $1,000-ish, and we can talk about how it gets allocated. $1,000-ish over 700 employees, gets you somewhere in that range of 10%. That feels meaningful and affordable in the context of the other, the other asks that we have. We're gonna have to make some trade-offs, obviously, but we all knew that coming in. So, I don't know, that's kind of where I am on this. And I would be happy to, do a Lincoln Douglas debate with Tom about this in between meetings, if that's helpful.
I think we could just spend, the next 10 meetings on this without ascribing Sean and Tom to hash this out and come up with something and present it to us. We can have an entire meeting just
No,
going
and
back.
I think we got through a lot here. If Sean and Tom can go off in time for our August 31st meeting to come up with a formula, it's, Mark and I have coalesced more towards a lower amount than you guys, but I think we're open-minded enough to hear that. And I think with the hour, I don't know that there's other things that we want to take on tonight. It's getting late, and we have a couple of other small agenda items. We're just about at the time I thought we would finish, a little bit later. So are we okay? Do we have anyone else have one more thing to say other than having Sean and Tom go off and get this out? And I will try to get whatever I hear from Fidel, or I don't think I need to hear from the schools. I can reach back out to the unions to get some exact head counts. Hopefully they can get them by the end of this week, early next week, so that by the end of this month you can have something. So that will be my action item, is head counts. And
I don't know, Marianne, if you want to ask whether they can give you head counts by month.
I think at a minimum by month.
head counts by month, yeah. I think, because I was a little vague with, like custodians, were they in the buildings all of the time too? Like they didn't, I don't remember.
It's one of the things I think we should ask. I mean, they definitely were working over the summer because of extended school year, but were all of them working over the summer? It's the same question that we had with teachers, right? And so we know 38 teachers and 26 paras were working over the summer. We know, 10 of the 13 secretaries were working until June, and then 11 from June on, and then 13 from September on. So we know some numbers.
Right, and then there were some like from, so you say March to April, April to May, May to June, like when the buildings were closed, people were getting paid, they weren't in the buildings too, so that.
But that's not what we're talking, I mean, I think we've coalesced more or less on in person in this
Yeah.
greater conversation as well. We're not talking about whether we're not in person, so.
Right.
I think Tom and I could probably work with some pretty well-informed assumptions and understand that, some are gonna be a little bit off in one direction or the other, and probably it's not gonna directionally change, it's not gonna meaningfully change the outcome. I think where we land in terms of how to do this allocation will drive exactly what detail the town at the end of the day needs to go and collect, right? So,
Yeah, I think the AFSCME number will be helpful because that
that's the
covers
one.
the rest of the.
If that's way off of 100, if that's really 200 or 300, that's meaningful.
It could be 50, I mean, we just don't know.
I think as well that what the RTA said is also something we debated in the past, and that was, we don't want to pay the people who resigned, who are no longer, who went to another job.
We agree.
We do want to pay those who stayed with us but have retired, right? So that's kind of the categorization that we want to try and ask these other unions about as well. Were they here working during that period? Are they still employed with us, or did they retire with us, right? That's part of that conversation as well, and I think you heard it from the secretaries and you heard it from the paras that they're on the same page generally with what Jess put forward in that kind of categorization as well.
One other thing I'll throw out there on this topic, not to throw a wrench into things, but Tom, maybe you and I can discuss it and come back with a perspective for the committee, is we've only heard from the unions, right? There are also non-represented, Fidel sitting down because that's what he was saying. There are also non-represented employees that, that we probably should be considering as well. It's a much smaller number, relatively speaking, but we need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, but the same categories, right? They were in person,
Yeah.
Town hall was closed that entire period, for example, right? Or most of that period. But when did they open? When did they start seeing people in person?
Inspectors, for example. they were not here in the building.
Right, you know, Chuck Tironi came to my house to do an inspection for, you know, a wetlands related thing, so, you know, it was outside, but we're not judging that, he was out seeing people in the public. as
How
part of this
many,
conversation.
if we don't know the months, but I mean, how many employees does the town side have that are not in the union?
I believe it's about 60.
So that, you can just use that number.
The schools have about the same, give or take, number in that regard.
Are you counting administrators, like principals and things like that?
Administrators, the technologist teams, you know, central office related stuff.
Okay, so now you're up to 820 people in your model.
Depends, right? If we're, and that's part of the question, do you wanna include those people, yes or no? I mean, they were in the office, maybe. Some of them weren't in the office, so they'll automatically remove themselves, depending what's happening.
Yeah, I don't remember when town hall opened.
I think this, is moving ahead. Let's see kind of what things look like. I would implore the discussion to be as simple as it can be at the end. And not locking into things quite yet, but more kind of exploring and seeing what it looks like. It may turn out that, you know, given the numbers of folks who are in, it may work out very straightforwardly. It may be a little bit more complicated. We've had some discussion about compensating lower paid employees at a different level, so thinking about what that might be. And then I think we've got a model that we can look at and we can talk about what's comfortable. I just, you know, again, I'm the broken record on this. Let's see what we have before we start setting expectations of things.
Yep, I think they feel heard. So if we can move on to future agenda items. So I emailed a couple of people. I think we have the next meeting on the table for August 31st, and then September is really tight. And I feel like the meeting after that is going to come too quickly for people, but there are so many things going on in September. We have a financial forum on September 21st. There's Jewish holidays on September 26th and 27th. School open houses, yada, yada, yada. I've come up with like 2 days, September 6th and possibly the 22nd, which I know Thursdays aren't good for Mark. So the 6th is, we could possibly skip September depending on how August is, but I'm gonna tentatively have down the 6th, even though it feels like only a week after the 31st is too close. So does anyone have any thoughts?
Hold on a second.
I'm not actually able to be here on the 31st, so the 6th isn't too close for me at all.
So skipping the 31st and then going to the 6th, maybe.
I think we should, I mean, I don't know that we need to jump that far necessarily, but I was just wanting to look at the rest of the September calendar here to see what you were referring to.
September is just between the select board meetings. I don't have it memorized. On the 13th and the 20th, there's Yom Kippur, 26th and 27th. No, Rosh Hashanah, sorry, and Yom Kippur is October 5th. We have school open houses on Wednesday the 14th and Thursday the 22nd, middle school, but none of us are middle school parents.
Right, I was just gonna say, there's some of those that we don't necessarily have to avoid with this.
Right, and I had checked with Sean on that because I know he would need the elementary houses.
Chris needs elementary as well.
We would need the high school on the 28th, financial forum on the 21st, so all of us have to be there. Monday, the second Monday in September is Board of Library Trustees. The third Monday in September is the Killam School Committee meeting, so it doesn't leave a lot, it doesn't leave a lot of days.
Sean, have you changed the school committee calendar at all between the 1st and the 8th and 15th?
No, well, the first is moving to the 29th, which I think you're more or less aware of. But otherwise, no, I think we're sticking with the 8th and the 15th.
Do we know if Andrew's gonna be able to participate?
I don't know, he was, I know the July meeting, he had told us ahead of time he was traveling. I emailed him yesterday just to get his recommendations and didn't hear back. I don't know if he's still traveling. So are you thinking like September 12th, even though it conflicts with Board of Library Trustees? Because he's not.
No, actually I have a commitment that night, sorry.
Yeah. And I would prefer not the 19th for personal reasons, but if we have to, we have to. That's a Monday. I don't think, does anyone here have to go to the Killam meeting?
The building one, we don't have to, but we probably, the school committee should probably be
Yeah,
supporting it.
so that's the 19th. So then we come back to the 22nd, which you can't make, or the 6th, which we can all make if we did the, you wanna just like skip the August 31st and pick the Tuesday the 6th right after Labor Day, or?
We have enough to do both those days.
For the house of
For the- yeah,
That's, state primary like election, that's okay.
September 6th?
Yeah, I'll vote.
Oh, geez,
Both close at 8, right?
Vote early. Don't vote often, just vote once.
so,
You can still get an absentee.
so August, so these meetings, ARPA would be meeting less than a week apart, August 31st and then September 6th.
It might not be a bad thing, because things would be fresh in our minds for most of us who were able to attend. And unfortunately, some of them can't attend the 31st, but
Well, the 31st, I mean, we can hear your formula back, and I think Mark would want, unless you want to delay that to the 6th, maybe the 31st. I'd like to maybe get the why back here to get something fleshed out, because we heard from so many people, and I think that could help us with some decisions on that.
so maybe it's the why, the AFSCME, union numbers or rep to come back and speak to that, maybe.
And we did get another, we kind of, I was saying we have to stop the request, but I know that, wasn't it the church next door put in for something? So they can come, something for landscaping. That's what I just recall, a number.
I think it was floors and asbestos removal and stuff
Yeah.
like that, right?
I think the reality is people may continue to send things in, but the reality also is that we're kind of in the first bucket, if you will. We kind of said the end of July,
Yeah.
so.
So the church had contacted us beforehand, but they weren't fleshed out. So, I mean,
But just just to back into it, like, when are we trying to target, like, to recommend to the board? Like, is that after the meeting on the 6th? Like, is that?
Supposed to target by October, right? So
yeah, I mean,
Right.
I guess it'll be useful, just from a point of view, I think, to hear what I don't know what FinCom's gonna do for the financial forum, but just to kind of get a first beat on the state of the town before we maybe prejudge, oh yes, there's free cash for this and that. I mean, you heard with what Sharon said in FinCom, wanting like a larger capital allocation for a few years. So that kind of stuff will come through at the financial forum. And Sean, am I correct in, are there still gonna be Killam open houses to the public during September?
Hearings, not open houses, but
Hearings.
yes.
So that's gonna raise the visibility of that cost and the money for that. So I think RAC making its final decision on different priorities. October to November probably seems fair, but like I originally thought by the end of September, but that was only to for water borrowing.
the charter says, or for this committee, says to recommend to this select board by October.
Right.
So it doesn't say October 1st. Technically we can meet that by October 31st, but
So I think the only ticking item is a decision. I think Sharon has to make a decision on how to refinance the bonds for the water tower by
Yeah.
early October. I think that's the only kind of ticking.
Which means you
item.
guys, whatever we decide, you guys have to vote.
Yeah.
And then we haven't done that yet, cause we had,
if we decide to push something forward for water and sewer
Right.
in September, they can vote in
Based on
September
the
for
support that I'm
October.
getting from the select board members, I'm gonna go talk to Sharon after.
well, that sounds like on September 6th, would we be ready to take an early vote on that matter so that select board can, on the 13th or the 20th, have it on? No, I mean,
I have lots of money left now, I plan to put it.
we can think about that.
I think, yeah, I mean, maybe.
I'm just
It'll be
right,
interesting to
maybe
see how
water
we
road.
start whittling at the 3 million. I mean, Marion, I think as chair, that would be something you probably want to spend a little time ruminating. How do we start breaking that down? Right? What's our process to break that down?
What do you mean? Like, this is the process with the spreadsheet, like,
Well, that we have to make, which domino falls first? right?
Well,
Because
we can start-
ultimately,
we
the
can
falling
start
of
with the
one
one-
domino impacts the next domino, impacts
Yeah.
the next domino. So,
Some of the smaller numbers were easier. I was thinking we were in agreement on some things. This is getting a little bit away from future agendas, but
But even some big ones, right? So, I mean, there are a few items that are substantial that if you have most people in agreement on already, and maybe those are ones we can.
I mean, that's the easy ones where we all agree, just add it all up, see if it's
big agreement and
X, Y,
take
Z.
votes, so it's not gonna be
That's
one
it.
big final presentation. I mean,
I think that's fine, and to the extent that
the
they're
dribs and drab
capital-
votes for the select board are okay.
I think to the extent they're capital, that was one of the things we were thinking about, saying, hey, you know, rates aren't gonna get better, you know, like inflation, whatever it's gonna be, it's gonna continue. Maybe the capital items are things we wanna look at sooner rather than
Well,
later.
like
Although
one of
month's
them-
difference isn't.
One of the ones we all kind of agreed on, for example, mostly, we all had substantial amounts, was Birch Meadow.
Yeah.
So that could be maybe water vote, like September 6th, Birch Meadow. I don't think we need to hear anything more on that. We were all kind of close.
most of the difference came down from misunderstandings about the final request. If you go back through that, some of you had over 1.5 million and the final request was 1.5 million. So if we coalesce to that and then that's a pretty close thing, and that might also free up some money for some of you that are looking at other categories that, you know, have not allocated to those other categories yet.
So that's one, and, you know, water may be one. We're probably maybe after the 31st, we'll coalesce on premium pay too. But then, you know, then there's lots of the smaller ones. Okay.
I think that the priority that the board established, so established October, and we know for a fact that we need to give Sharon guidance on water. So those are kind of the
So
things
we can
should
shoot
lock in.
for water guidance no later than our September 6th meeting, which you will be able to be at. But the 31st, if you can't be there, we can just hear your preliminary coming back on the premium pay, and we wouldn't take I could leave a premium pay, maybe a premium pay vote, but a follow-up discussion on the 6th. Okay, so I have,
I mean, the only thing I worry about is like we back into, then we just have X amount left, right? Do you know what I mean? Like I'd rather just be in a position where, because I think it already got us into a little trouble that we allocated half the money, you know, before looking at it holistically, right? So.
I don't know if everyone would agree that we're in trouble, I mean, with it, the
Well, that's
schools that they're
trouble,
compelling,
maybe that's not the right
yeah.
choice of words, but I'm just saying, like, now some of the discussion that we're trying to have, like, if we come back and we say, oh, we're gonna do 1.5, and then, you know, we haven't really fleshed out some of these other, like, areas.
Yeah, cause all of the small things add up. We've got the why, which I think we have to decide on, and I'll just, since I had it in my discussion thing, I think we all hear that people want this program, but I've been trying to think about how does this work if we allocate to the why? Is it a donation? Can we put conditions on it? Those are the kinds of things that I'd wanna ask the why, cause it's an unusual, compared to the other organizations we're giving money to. It's not like, oh, if we gave it to rec and then rec contracted the Y to do these exact same things that all the people want.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I think that's,
So, but I mean, that's something they'll be coming
I
back.
think that should be clarified, but that's still like, what, like 96,000?
But that's 100K, then food pantry's 100K, then you add up chamber and something else and it becomes 100K, then all of a sudden 500K here or there really means whether we can recommend these groups or not.
So I think Sharon gave us a little bit of guidance. I think she basically said that there is a way to, you know, if they're a contractor to the town, then we can.
But then that has to be through either the town contracts with the Y or rec contracts with the Y, not just direct.
It's the ARPA grant that contracts with the Y.
The ARPA grant.
Is what you referred to in that conversation. We can write the grant however we want to, and they can accept or not, right? I mean, Y is a greater entity. We'd have to make sure that it covers, that it only is the Burbank Y, not every other Y, and all that kind of fun stuff that, you know, may come into the scope. But how we write the grant can be was part of that process.
And there's what ifs to that, because the what if the Y looks into it and can't deliver the programs, but they still have the money? Is there a grant that we come back, or they come up
If they
with
can't
something
fulfill a
else.
portion of the grant, that money, that money goes back.
I think they don't actually get it until they use it. That's the question. Yeah, until they use it, right?
It would be set aside, Sharon's on the call, she can jump in. But generally, it's set aside into a sub-account and then you pull down from the sub-account.
And then they have to be ready because, it was very troubling hearing from all of these people about how all the programs have been canceled due to COVID and haven't come back. And I'm thinking, well, why haven't they come back? Is it lack of staffing? Because money is not gonna solve that. The why will run into that issue. And I guess I just wanna hear from the why more fleshed out so we know, because you hear these stories and they break your heart. You want to do something, but you want it to happen.
Yeah, just thinking out loud for a second, I wonder if we want to take the items that are potentially gonna be funded here. And each of us set a priority, a number on each of them. 1 through whatever number is here.
Just the rank order.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking now, switching to the select board hat, one of the things we're gonna go through is we're gonna, ARPA has made recommendations, but there may be different priorities that people are feeling. We should do this, not that, or, this is higher than that one, despite, the votes that are taken here. And I think the mission was to kind of help come back with priorities in terms of how to spend the money. And what can make the most impact. So maybe
So
the
rankings
number and
means
the
that
number.
we may disagree and come up with more things, and then the select board sits and says, well,
Yes, and at the end of the day, when not all the money gets spent, hopefully, there will be money left over. And some of the work will already be done in terms of where the committee was thinking.
I'm not sure how that would semi-work if I put, I don't know, let me pick something. I'll use the tree that we already did. We might have all voted yes. All of us give the money, and then someone's gonna have it 19th on their list, even though we all agreed. It seems as if there's a couple items that we all agree or we're off by 5%-ish. All seems as if those would just be in one spot.
Sure.
I'm gonna have to rank something that is some $25,000 figure as my number one thing, even though we all agreed on it.
So
You know what I
maybe
mean?
we take off the ones where we can
Yeah,
agree.
I think we have to just see where
Yeah,
we're at with
that's
everything, where we're most agreement. Birch Meadow, like I said, is the one and a half.
it's probably gonna
Is it-
be the smaller things that we have to rank. The big things will come out, and the smaller
Generally,
things
yeah.
probably have to rank.
Yeah, there'll be a couple of big ones that may not be as clear.
And it is good to leave money left over in the end, because we don't have to spend it all right away, and you never know what's gonna come up. So I wouldn't feel comfortable spending every nickel that we had, knowing something is gonna come up 3 months from now, that, it's good to have that buffer. But I'm not saying we're gonna have a 10%
I know, but there's
buffer.
other
It's, a
things in
low
town,
figure.
FinCom reserves is a small amount, and
Yeah.
there's
I would go the other way, money's gonna come back from what you allocate, so not worried about that.
I would just have it be
We
low.
already know that we've only spent 90,000 of 250,000, even if things happen in the fall. We have stockpiles of PPE stuff at the schools, so there might be something else from a testing or things like that, but a lot of
right,
stuff
we know
have.
there's a holdback of unspent money in public health department, 130K, that they're holding on to see what the variants do in the fall, but maybe
It's really 160, right? They said they could get back 130 right now, but it's really 160 that hasn't been spent of that number. The schools have promised, and we will continue to fulfill that promise, that we're gonna continue to look for grants that fit the same thing for the early literacy. So, if we got 100,000 this year, maybe we'll get 100,000 next year, and that gives 100,000 back. There's other things that are gonna come out of this. We already talked about potentially the 300,000 for senior center, that you may not need to search anymore because you already have the answer, right? So that may come back, so.
or these grants, they could pay for the third year of food pantry cards or something, right?
And new projects that are gonna come down the new ideas.
All right, well, I think I have a sort of a roadmap for the next couple of meetings. And then after the 6th, it probably won't be until October, and I don't know whether I looked at October 12th was the first thing coming in.
I'm sorry, did you already mention September 14th or 28th? Are those bad?
Those are, September 14th is elementary curriculum night, and September 28th is high school curriculum night, so that impacts RAC members.
So the other one I was thinking about was September 22nd, but I don't know what's wrong with September 22nd.
He couldn't do Thursdays
I'll
because
be
he's teaching.
teaching every Thursday night starting September 6th.
And usually those are school committee meeting
We
nights.
don't have one that night. We'll have 3 earlier in September as a Cullum stuff, but.
Yeah, and I picked Tuesdays for the select board days, but we have one of them, the 6th, and the other one is a Jewish holiday, so that doesn't work. Okay, so how about minutes?
Just final thing, just
Oh, one-
to get
go ahead,
back to
sorry.
you on this, so when's the October, so our call it mandate, whatever, we have to get this done by October 31st, like our recommendation?
Unless
Is
we
that
get
what we're saying,
unless we
or-
get extended.
Or is it October 1st?
Well, the committee goes until the end of December by charge right now, but we're due to give the recommendation by October. It doesn't say end of October, beginning of October.
And we've been giving recommendations.
By the October, like select meeting, like, or?
So maybe what we could do is we can have a quick discussion at the select board meeting about, does the end of October fit? Is there some magic to a different date, or is that like?
Yeah, I mean, I think,
I would say that now that we've sort of snapped the chalk line on requests and we're getting to the nitty gritty, we're gonna start hitting diminishing, returns on these meetings after another 2 or 3 of them. So I think our mental mindset should be,
October.
how do we get to something approaching a, final recommendation?
yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking, because then it's gonna get into budget season, and some of us will have lots of other meetings. So, like, I don't know what FinCom's schedule is. If October 5th is a Jewish holiday, October 12th is a Wednesday, and maybe that can be our wrap-up time. Unless, I don't know if there'll be any, I know there's gonna be another financial forum, but I don't think it's gonna be that soon.
October 12th could work for me.
Yeah, so that's right after Columbus Days,
It's right before Columbus, it's right after Columbus Day.
yeah, which is Monday the 10th.
Yeah.
So I'll just put finale, we'll see.
Finale.
When I started this and I mocked Brookline, I said, oh my goodness, they took 6 months to do, and here we are, right? With like, a fifth of the money and we're spending, but I hope the public appreciates that we're careful, we're hearing everything, we're giving due consideration, we're learning a lot. Okay, so, Jackie, if you're there somewhere, minutes, they looked very good to me. And does anyone have any comments on minutes? So I can, go ahead.
I just had, what is it, page 2? Towards the bottom, it says, however, Chris Haley asked that if a fee structure ever has to be implemented, that doesn't seem, it should be like, if a fee structure has to be implemented, or, I don't know, it just seems ever has, doesn't sound like a proper way to say it, but.
Would it be accurate just to say, however, Chris Haley asked that Reading residents receive priority?
Yeah, I mean, that's.
And then put, if, I think they said they wanted it free, but then it could be low cost. It isn't just, we would be priority in the fee, it would be priority in the registration, right?
This is nitpicky, guys.
I had something, it's just a word, you can delete the ever and call it a day.
Okay, well, can we agree?
Chris Haley asked that if a fee structure has to be implemented.
All
right, there we go.
Strike ever.
Okay,
Ever.
so do we agree on the minutes if ever is out? And she's taking him out right there.
I'm gonna take a roll
Motion
call.
to approve the minutes as amended.
Second.
Okay, so I'll take a vote. First, my online people, Sean,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mary Ann, yes, okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, I'll take a roll call. Jeff,
Yes.
Joe, I'm gonna go back and forth.
Yes.
Sean, I'm tired. Tom,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Mary Ann, yes. I called you Joe. Yeah.